I'd like to call, if I can get the attention of the police, I'd like to call the meeting in order. This is the open session, regular meeting of October 1st, 2019. And Beverly Lane will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. If you would join us, please.
Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I need approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Director Wasby,
Second.
Director Lane. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Next item is public comments. Clerk of the Board, do we have any public comments?
Yes, Madam President, we have 5
5, okay.
now. First speaker is Maureen Fournier. You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Welcome, board members and neighbor Corbett. My name is Maureen Forney. I live in San Leandro, California, and I'm here today to speak to you about the PG&E tree and fire prevention mitigation program. I'm representing several different entities. Today, I know that you have correspondence that you've received from Reverend Justin Cannon from All Saints, and that the minister there, the priest there, is also speaking on behalf of Holy Hikes, a national organization with chapters from Vermont to the Sierra. And I'm representing Great Old Broads for Wilderness. I've put some material in front of some of you that you may have regarding our group. We're 8,000 members strong, over 1,000 in California. We all have some deep concerns, our members and other members of the community, some of which are still going to submit public comment card requests to you, about the current clear cutting around the power lines. And I want to speak to you about our specific ask. We ask that the East Bay Regional Parks develop their own policy that includes minimum vegetation clearance distance as referred to in FERC documents, using that as a guide. In addition to that, appropriate environmental review, if CEQA is part of that, and mitigation for the trees lost. So that is our ask of you today. I do know that Father Justin has submitted quite a bit to you. I want to speak to you from the Great Old Broads for Wilderness perspective to validate where we're coming from and about our deep concerns about the cutting. We are an organization that has a strong belief in fire fuel management. In fact, yesterday I was at Garamendi's office in Fairfield advocating for passage of HR 2250 and that he co-sponsor that because a large portion of that new wilderness bill includes prescriptive fire and fire management. So I do not want you to think that we're adverse to appropriate management and prevention of fires. And that's part of the work that we're doing and part of our strategic plan. On a personal level, I'm married to a retired Berkeley firefighter who's fought the Oakland Hills Fire, and before that was a wildland firefighter in Oakdale, Stanislaus County, and so on. My son-in-law is a firefighter. My nephew runs the EMS Academy in Santa Rosa and is a captain in San Mateo. My sister lost her home in the Santa Rosa fire. Ironically, my brother-in-law is a retired PG&E lineman. His family line of work goes back to when it was Western Electric, so we're talking 3 generations. We're well aware of the dangers that power lines and inappropriate tree cover face, but the current clear cutting as it's being implemented now does not meet best science, and it's excessive. So, and as a quick little tidbit, I also am concerned, I think it's kind of ironic that chipping is left behind these as an additional fuel. Did you know that the city of Santa Rosa, my sister just got her rebuilt house approved yesterday. That's been 2 years, and she passed inspection. They're not even allowed to leave chips in the yard and landscaping in Santa Rosa now because it's actually fuel for fire. So I believe that's another example of how the current practice, as put in place by PG&E, needs deeper thought. Please consider our request and move forward with your appropriate plan for your organization to review. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is William Y. Regan.
Members of the board, good afternoon.
I'm here speaking on behalf of Mission Peak Conservancy.
Maybe bring the microphone up a little bit.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Whiteby.
William Uragi, Mission Peak Conservancy, and speaking on behalf of park visitors. So our organization celebrates 5 years this year. We got our start when the park met with park board members and staff met with visitors and chose not to meet with visitors. They met with citizens, homeowner association, and we needed somebody to speak out to the visitors. So that's where we started. Colin, I'm here today for really a simple issue. The Park District is showing that there is no funding for Mission Peak, the staging area in the lot. In fact, if you go back to the last council meeting, a assistant general manager stood up and said the project cost has not been determined at this time. She said, we're still working on design and cost estimates for that, and we have not at any time determined the cost for that. So what you'll find is, I've handed each of you the board minutes from 2016. And if you go to the last page of this document, you'll see that in fact, what the board approved was the planning and authorization to proceed with the staging area. So the board in 2016 moved forward with the staging area. And all we're asking is that the funds that you allocated, and those funds are on the first page and on the second page, they're WW funds, 1.5 million. Somehow they've been stripped from any of the record that you have of the budget. And what we want is, we want the funds put back into the budget. We want them showing so that, not that you're gonna move anytime soon on actually doing the staging lot. We understand that you're in negotiations at some point with the city of Fremont, who, by the way, I talked to Suzanne Wolf this morning, and she said, maybe someday, after a public process and after the council members make a decision, we may have a lease. That lease ends on July 7th of next year. So if you're not currently negotiating with the city of Fremont and you've got a public process, you may have some problems there. So anyway, the ask is that you put the money back in the budget, identify it. It was identified in 2016. We're asking for it to be back there. And then at some point, our ask is that you actually start the planning and actually start putting time and effort towards the staging area. It's really important to visitors. Visitors are locked out of that park. Your own records show a 25% decline in usage in that park. Every other park is showing an increase in usage. That park is showing a decrease because you've blocked parking. And you enforce parking in the local community, which is really not your position to do. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Frank Mellon.
As if you don't get enough meetings, Mr. Mellon.
Greetings. So normally when I have a chat with you all, I'm wearing a different hat, sort of a muddy water hat.
Oh,
However,
very good.
today I come bearing gifts for the board members. You see, I'm on the board of directors for the Castro Valley Sports Foundation. And the Sports Foundation has taken over the Lake Chabot Trail Challenge. And so, if I may, I have for each of you a shirt. Dennis will know about you.
Okay, let me try to get this tie off.
Do not strangle
You'll
yourself.
note it recognizes East Bay.
East Bay Regional Park District.
Dennis,
Maybe
that's
just
yours.
Thank
hold
you
it
so
up.
much.
Mr. Dotson, what size are you, sir?
I don't have to,
Just,
Well, I guarantee you that one's not going to fit him.
Mr. Mellon, if you could just hand that to Sharon, we could just make sure that they get those.
Okay,
Yeah.
I will do that.
Thank you.
East Bay Regional
I have different amount of sizes, so
Okay, we'll get the
I'll go
sizes.
back to the mic.
Back to the microphone, please. Or please.
And what I've done is I brought shirts figuring the sizes, so extra large, D, large, and
I like extra large. I like
extra
the blue.
large. So I got 2 extra larges, large. Beverly?
Oh, small.
Small. I actually have one. I think I have one with me. Although I think medium would be better because it'll shrink a little bit. And Ellen?
They will shrink a little bit, okay?
I'm sorry?
Whatever you have left over.
That'll be fine. So I'm here on another account along with that, and that is to remind you that the first Sunday in June is when we have, or the first Saturday in June is when we have the run. And it's on Lake Chabot, and we took it over from the Castro Valley Track Club. This year, we had 31 more runners than last year. Now you're gonna make me dig it out.
Make something up.
But, well, it was, I can do that as I'm talking. I can also chew gum while I'm talking too, but that's not often as good effort. But, so what we're looking at is two things. One, we want to continue this for the future. And second, we hope this year perhaps there'll be a sponsorship and a waiver of fees when we come up for next year. This year we were on short notice to you all. And I do want to apologize to that because, by the way, the number was 334, and it was an increase of 31 from 2018. And everybody really enjoyed themselves. You guys do a swell job maintaining the park. You really do. And it made it easier for us. So I'll remember the various sizes and leave it with the board secretary. But I do want to follow a process for both a sponsorship from you all, because you missed out on the 85 year, and also perhaps a waiver of fees. I know you can't talk about it today.
We appreciate it, and if you, the request would be good if you would put it in writing.
Of course.
Make it official,
Of course.
and you know that we will all wish you success in the
Thank you.
endeavor.
It was a fun day.
Fun
Any-
days are good.
Any questions? If not, I'll work with the secretary.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dennis has a comment or
Well,
question.
just, I want to echo what you said. The Castro Valley Sports Foundation is a local group in Castro Valley that promotes sports and great things in the community. They're a great partner. They support the parks. They do wonderful things, and I might add that I hike there every day, and they're clean up the park better than any, or as good as any person that uses our parks. It's a great organization, and
Thank you.
I'll work on that. And I thank you for the T-shirt. I thank you again for promoting coyotes in the park, which, as a resident of that area, all of the neighbors are scared of.
And we would
Coyotes
love-
are the new things at Lake Chabot now. They're eating everyone and everybody's pet. Allegedly.
We would love to promote your healthy parks, healthy
Let's do not
people
get
as
into a
part of it next year.
dialogue.
So,
Okay.
Next speaker.
I know the council cannot address, council, that goes back a ways. The board cannot address any of the statements that have come before so far. But I feel free to ask finance to a question. And there was a suggestion that something was dropped from the budget. Is that correct, or is it in the budget? I'd like this to go on the record so we will not have the statement come in again. Hopefully. About the Mission Peak staging area.
Good afternoon, Deborah Ocker, the Assistant General Manager of Finance and Management Services. Our current budget does include an item under Mission Peak. The budget was originally over 1.5 million. That is still included in our budget. Expenditures have been charged against that budget.
Okay.
So I'm remembering it's around 900,000 available, but the budget is for over
And I
1.5
do believe work
million.
is going on the beginning organization of the staging area there. All right, we won't get into a discussion of it, but thank you for that update. That's very helpful. And it's not often we get promised T-shirts to start the meeting, so we'll all look forward to those, I am sure, whatever size comes.
Yes, Madam President, we've had a few more speakers cards
Oh, we
come
have more
through.
speakers.
Yes, Court Cooper.
All right, another speaker, please. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm a member of the Kensington Network Neighbors for Wildfire Prevention, and I just wanted to urge the board to consider updating the 2010 fuel reduction plan. That was an excellent plan. We've gone through it in detail. Eileen and her group and the fire department have been doing a superb job of finally getting through all those roadblocks and getting to a lot of the nitty-gritty work in that plan. And that work should definitely continue. But I think an update is really needed for a number of reasons. First of all, I think we need to account for the lessons learned in the last few years. A lot's happened since 2010. The Tubbs fire, Paradise, Reading, the list goes on and on. Over 100 people killed because of those fires. We need to look back at those fires. They're major new events, and many things can be learned. For one thing, we know that the fires can now leapfrog miles at a time. So one has to wonder how far they could leapfrog from many of the parks in our district into much more heavily inhabited areas. Secondly, I think the new plan needs to account for the expected increase in temperatures that we know are happening because of climate change, and of course the drier conditions that we have. That was not accounted for in the 2010 report. And finally, I think we need to develop a long-term, that is a multi-decadal strategic plan to bring vegetation growth to some kind of steady state. One only has to look at pictures in these parks to see that there's been a steady growth of large trees, invasive trees, eucalyptus and so forth over the years. Those parks were originally grasslands that burned out every few years and essentially reached a steady state because of that. But now they're no longer in steady state, and the fuel load just continues to increase. Yes, the cleanup that's been happening along the interfaces, along these narrow 100-foot wide interfaces is good, and it will stop the smaller fires, the grass fires. But if we have a major fire, a major conflagration like Paradise, it's not going to stop those. The only way to do that is to get those forest resources back to some kind of steady state. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. President. Any other speakers?
Yes, Madam President, our next speaker is Lawrence, I think that's Nagel. Yes?
Good afternoon. My name is Larry Nagel, and I'm one of the directors of the Kensington Fire Protection District and also a co-chair of the Kensington Emergency Preparedness Committee, which is part of the Kensington Fire Protection District. And Cordis is also on that committee. I'm here basically to echo what Cordis just said. It was 10 years ago now, in 2009, that your district wrote a very comprehensive article, which is on your website, called the Draft Wildfire Hazard Reduction and Resource Management Plan. I think probably this is no longer a draft, but that's what it says on the website. And it's dated 2009, which is 10 years ago. That document is a gold mine of information. It's a wonderful document. It's 407 pages long. I wouldn't try to read it first thing in the morning before you have breakfast, but it is an excellent document. And the problem, as Cordis stated, is that we're not fighting the same kind of fires now that we fought back in 10 years ago. And that document needs to be brought up to date. So I'm here to strongly encourage you to make the money available, to update the document, to bring it up to the level of understanding that we've attained since the Tubbs fire and since the Paradise fire, the Carr fire. And in particular, Kensington, of course, is right on the wildland urban interface with the East Bay Regional Park District. If there's a fire anywhere in Wildcat Canyon, we are going to be at the very least threatened by the fire, and at the worst devastated by the fire. So our citizens are concerned, the fire district is concerned, but we've come to the realization that if we have one of these wind-driven events where you have a hot offshore breeze of 70 to 80 miles an hour, that's hardly a breeze, but there isn't anything we can do to fight that fire. the only thing that we can do as a fire district is to try to get everybody out before the fire gets there. And the fire moves at a clip of about 4 miles an hour. At least it did in the Tubbs fire. It went from Calistoga to Coffey Park in 3 hours, and that's a distance of 12 miles. To put that in perspective, in our perspective, if their fire starts out in Concord, which is also 12 miles away from Kensington, we have exactly 3 hours before that fire is in our backyard. So there's new demands made by these fires. There's been new lessons learned, and I strongly encourage you to update your draft wildfire hazard reduction and resource management plan to take into account that new. I would also just like to close with praise for the East Bay Regional Park District Fire Department and Chief Eileen in particular, who they're working as hard as they can. I know that there's a lot of obstacles, regulatory obstacles, financial obstacles, staff obstacles, but it's important to support the work of your fire department as best you can, because it's crucial to the lives and property of your neighbors. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Paula, I think that's Breen.
Good afternoon. I did not bring you t-shirts, sorry. I am here with my boyfriend, Don Patterson. We're residents of San Leandro. We're not here with any particular group, but we are here because we would like to pretty much echo the concerns that Maureen raised. We're heavy users of the parks. We love the East Bay Regional Parks. And seeing what PG&E is doing up there right now, it seems like it could be managed, I'm certainly no expert, but in a way that isn't quite so devastating. I'm very concerned about erosion in the areas where they have clear-cut whole hillsides of trees near the power lines. And we would ask that the East Bay Regional Parks adopt their own policy of tree cutting around power lines that uses the FERC guidelines for minimum vegetation distance. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And our last speaker is Rochelle Mason.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. For the record, Rochelle Nason. I'm the mayor of Albany, and I'm here today to talk to you about something that I think presents a tremendous opportunity for the district, something going on in Albany. As you're approaching completion of the much anticipated segment of the Bay Trail along the Albany waterfront, at the same time, the Metropolitan Transportation Commission is finishing up a tremendous transportation facility in the right-of-way for Interstate 80 in Albany on Caltrans land. This facility includes not only bus stops, but a 261 space parking lot and a good deal of bike parking as well. I'm sure this will benefit the district. As you may or may not know, there's tremendous pressure on the parking lot at the foot of Gilman that serves the Gilman Fields. Right now during the week, that serves as a commuter parking lot, and by the time games begin on the field, the parking lot is largely full. So there's really very little parking for the field users. So this lot could help take pressure off during the week. But it has another much greater potential. The lot and the bus stop are right across the street from the Bay Trail, where it jogs around the Albany State Marine Preserve. However, as we understand it, the plan is that this facility will be closed and locked on the weekends. So we are, the city of Albany is seeking first of all, we've scheduled a meeting and we're seeking more information. What we'd like to do is find a path forward that would potentially make this lot available to recreationists on the weekend. we believe there's going to be enormous interest in the new section of the Bay Trail, which is really in a spectacular location. And it would be a great shame to have a public parking lot that is nearby but is not usable for recreationists. So we hope that we can look to the district to work with us to try to persuade the MTC to revisit the management, the proposed management for the lot, and see if there is a way, perhaps not the day it opens, but in the future, to make it available for users of the Bay Trail who would like to start their trip in Albany. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No more public speakers? Nobody jumping up? Okay, good. Thank you all very much. Where appropriate, we will certainly ask staff to work on all the issues and try to move forward on that, coming back to us. So with that, the consent calendar is the next item on the agenda. Do we have any questions, comments, anything on the consent calendar from any board member?
Item E,
Item E.
Director Wasby.
Director Wadsby. Item E.
I also have a question.
And Director Corbett.
E? Same one. All right, E. So go ahead, Dennis.
Okay, just a question on, so we're purchasing new mowers, and they're replacing, 3 of them are replacements. My question is, what do we do with the replacements? Is there any value to them? Can we auction them off, or will other parks use them, or?
We're about to get an answer. I'm sure. We have faith.
Good afternoon, Jason McChrystal, Fleet Manager. We do auction them off. We send them to the first capital auction as soon as they're replaced. There's some times where we might keep one as a loaner if another one is out of commission before it's time.
Okay, great. And also, you refer to, these will be replaced by non-petroleum-based renewable diesel. Is that biodiesel?
It's not biodiesel. Renewable diesel is everything that goes in biodiesel, but they also use animal renderings that is then refined just the same way that petroleum is.
Excellent. Well, my compliments to the Maintenance Division for working in that direction towards a greener fleet. So thanks very much.
Thank you.
Director Corbett had a question too.
Thank you very much. I also thank you for looking at, in replacing these, an increased environmental option. And I appreciate the staff honoring the direction of the board to look at greener equipment and vehicles as we move forward. So my questions are along those lines. We do have a policy, I know, to try to purchase electric vehicles or other environmental alternatives when possible. So I was just wondering if you could just enlighten us a little bit as to why we made this choice at this time. I do know that technology is improving every day, and maybe we don't have the option of full electric mowers yet. But if you could just enlighten us a little bit on the choice made and why we came to the decision of this type of mower as opposed to electric.
Sure. Steve Castillo, Chief of Park Operations. So upon looking at the different technologies that are out there, we are always going to different events, talking with the vendors, and the electric capabilities really aren't there yet. The battery life of the mowers is right now at about 2.5 to 3 hours of usable time, and then it takes about another 12 hours to charge it up. And so with the capabilities that we have, we're going to need, usually for a full day, would be an 8-hour run time for that to be productive with where we're at. The other thing too is that the electric mowers that are out there right now are primarily for irrigated turf areas. The areas which the new mowers and the mowers that we're replacing are going to be for have the ability to actually go out there and use them as multi-tools, so you can switch out the front decks on them, convert it from regular rotary to flail mowers. And then in addition to that, you can also use them for open spaces. So it's not limited in the capacity that it has as well. So with that, the mower, also going back to the electric, is also mid-mounted and doesn't have that capability. So we are always looking in for new technologies, but it's just not quite there yet.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for the research, and I'm hoping in the future we will have the option to have electric mowers, but I can see that we're not quite there yet. But thank you so much for the the research, and hopefully we'll get there.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions from anyone? Beverly, did you have a question? No. Okay. Anything else on the consent calendar? If not, I'd like a motion.
Okay, I move we adopt consent.
Second. Lane, second by Corbett. Discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. We will go on to the General Manager's Division. And this is an authorization to commence process to fill Ward 1 vacancy on East Bay Regional Park District Board of Directors by appointment. And this process is starting because, unfortunately, one of our board members, Director Dodson, for personal reasons, feels he will have to resign at the end of the year. So I will ask District Council if she has anything she would like to add at this moment.
Thank you, President Wieskamp, members of the board, Carol Victor, District Council. I will walk you through the this item. This action will commence the appointment process for the Ward 1 vacancy. As President Wieskamp noted, on September 17, 2019, Director Dodson announced that after 10 years of distinguished service on this board, that he will be retiring effective December 18, 2019. The Government Code, Section 1780, provides that the Park District may appoint a successor to fill a vacancy and must do so within 60 days of the vacancy becoming effective. That gives the board until approximately February 15, 2020 to fill the vacancy. Per the board's policy as reflected in the board operating guidelines, the preference is to appoint a director to fill a vacant seat and not leave that seat open, and to have the board president establish an ad hoc board nominating committee to solicit, screen, and conduct initial interviews. The ad hoc board nominating committee will then forward at least 3 candidates to the full board, and then the board in an open meeting would select the new director. The other option the board has is to call an election, but because of the timing of the vacancy, that election could not occur until the November 2020 election, and this would mean that the seat would be vacant for 1 year or a full quarter of the term, and that is not in the interest of the citizens of Ward 1 or the Park District to have a seat vacant for that lengthy period of time. This board action will commence the process so we can meet the strict timelines that are set forth for appointment, establish an ad hoc committee, and set a special board meeting for January 7th, 2020. That would be the first Tuesday of the new year. If for some reason that is not a convenient date for the full board, another option is any other day that week for a special meeting. The person appointed by the board of directors will serve out the remainder of Director Dodson's term, which ends December 31st, 2020. The Ward 1 seat is up for election in November. Are there any questions?
Are there any board questions? Rosario?
Yeah, just curious about this provision where the Contra Costa Board of Supervisors can appoint if the board here doesn't make an appointment.
Correct. Yes.
What's that process look like?
That would be interesting. We've never allowed that to happen, but under the but I do think it reflects a public policy that these board seats should be filled, and so if our board of directors did not make an appointment or call an election, then Contra Costa as the larger, Contra Costa Board of Supervisors as the larger area of Ward 1 would have the appointment, get the appointment of this seat.
Okay, any other questions?
And we don't recommend that.
What a
Yeah.
surprise. Director Lane?
Yeah.
Well, and the other thing is that the larger number of voters are in Contra Costa County than in Alameda County,
Yeah.
which I didn't realize before.
Either. That's why.
I just, we did follow this policy and an appointment 2.5 years ago, something like that. And so we have done. Huh?
There's
Yeah.
one director here who remembers it quite well.
He remembers that quite well. And so I do want to say it's not any surprise that we would follow the same procedure again, but I don't know how many people will ultimately apply or their qualifications, but I did want to point out that we talk about forwarding at least 3 candidates. And so what that says is if we felt that there were some others, more than 3, that we could bring more than 3 to the board for the final agonizing interview and appointment.
Correct.
In January. So I just wanted to point that out.
Director Corbett?
I know there are decisions still to be made, but do we have any sort of ballpark anticipation when we may open up the process and, when it may be fulfilled? And, are we taking into consideration we want to sort of steer clear of the holidays and all that to make sure that we have maximum participation?
Right. So, Director Corbett, great question. The tentative schedule, and I say it's tentative simply because the board nominating committee has to confirm availability for these dates. But we will commence the process tomorrow. We will announce it tomorrow. If the board nominating committee will approve the application that we used last time, then we will have that available and posted on the website by tomorrow. We're contemplating leaving it open for about 5.5 to 6 weeks. So it would close approximately the first week of November. And then we would avoid Thanksgiving holidays. And then the nominating committee would be interviewing candidates in December. Again, avoiding the holidays at the end of the month, and then the appointment process would be in January. So right now, it's actually because of the amount of notice that we had, we can take advantage of this time that Director Dodson is still serving on the board and start the process now. And it's a fairly comfortable process, and it does avoid the holidays, rather than having to do it within 60 days, which would be quite rushed.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? I will say that the members are planning on meeting after this meeting, so we can start the process, because we all understand timeliness, especially with the holiday season, that you've got to let everybody know about it and get involved quickly. And is this the appropriate time to announce?
Yes, Director Wiscam, Dr. Ana Alvarez sitting for General Manager Bob Doyle. This is the appropriate time for the board president to inform the public of the ad hoc committee members in
Okay.
terms of the names.
Thank you. I have appointed myself. I'm not saying that's because it's fun, but I think it's one of the most important things one can do. And I went through the process before, and you certainly learn a lot. I've appointed ASK, and they are willing to serve, Director Lane and Director Watsby. And so we've agreed even to meet today after this meeting so that we can get the process going. We'll try to keep to the rough schedule that has been laid out for us by our attorney. And if there are any questions from any board member, please feel free to check in. Okay? Yes. Director Coffey.
A suggestion, a rather mundane process suggestion based on observations over time of local governments filling their governing body vacancies. I want to suggest to the ad hoc committee that it consider, once it has vetted applicants and is ready to forward 3 or more candidates to the full board, that you consider asking those candidates to fill out and submit on a voluntary basis the FPPC Form 700, which is the form by which once you attain public office in this state, within 30 days you have to file the Form 700, which puts the public and your board and your staff on notice of your fundamental financial status, your sources of income, your investments, your properties, and such. And I think it's a good exercise to do when you're asking for applicants, because it does two things. One, it forces that applicant to actually think about it. And I've observed at various levels of local government frequently people running for office and attaining public office or being appointed to public office who had never thought about significant personal financial conflicts of interest that they're going to have upon attaining that office, and find themselves abstaining on very important issues that routinely come before that board. So it forces the applicant, the candidate thinking about this office, to go through that exercise and think about it by filling out that form, and it also then will inform the board in considering applicants of whether there are significant conflicts of interest for that applicant, and ultimately, if they're appointed, fill the purpose that the law requires in disclosure, so that your staff knows and the public knows. It's a fairly simple exercise. It's actually takes, as we all know from doing it, time to fill out those forms. So I just wanted the committee to think about asking candidates to do that. When I was an applicant, I just did it because that indeed was my advice to my client public agencies, that you ought to ask for that. So I did it on my own as an applicant, and I just think you ought to consider it.
Spoken like a true lawyer and smart one who thinks ahead. I have no problem with that. What about that in part of the process?
I think it would be towards the end, before the full board, and I think it's an excellent suggestion, and I do remember, Director Coffey, that you had submitted that for the board's consideration when we were going through the appointment process.
Because I think there are a lot of people out there who have not been through the process. And it gives them another thing to think about.
Yes.
As well as fill out. Okay? So far, anybody have any objections to that? No.
Not at all.
Seems like one more piece of information. Okay, thank you very much.
And Director Wieskamp, if I may, District Council will be ushering this item and providing support to the ad hoc committee as you go through the process. You have a great ally there with District Council. And also, before we move on, I would like to create a space to acknowledge the service of Director Dodson. He extended his retirement notice after the last board meeting. So this is the first opportunity that the public is learning that in fact Director Dodson is retiring. And the district has a lot of work that does beautifully, and we move very quickly on to the next thing, but I think it's important to acknowledge his service. And I know that in speaking to AGM Carol Johnson, the Park District will be preparing the right retirement public event to acknowledge his contributions. We're very sad to see you go, Director Dodson. Thank you so much for all of your service on behalf of the Park District.
Thank you. I think you speak well on behalf of all the rest of the board. Whitney is not only a good board member, but he's just a genuinely nice person. And, you know, there's nothing wrong with elected people being nice people who care about what they're involved in. And if you think there's anybody who cares more about parks, especially in his ward, than Whitney, you are wrong. So we look forward to the next couple of months we'll have you with us and hope to see you after that. Yeah. Anyone else? All right, thank you.
Okay, I would move that we authorized that we commence the process to fill Ward 1 seat.
Okay.
Second?
All right, Lane and Wasby, any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you all. Thank you very much, Carol, for that help, and the process will begin. Next item is Acquisition Stewardship Development Division, authorization to award a construction contract with the company to transfer and appropriate funds for the Wren to renovate, my gosh, the water system project at Del Val, or Del Valle. I'll pronounce it both ways to keep everybody happy. It's water system. Kelly knows too much about that system. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, President Wieskamp, Board of Directors, Lisa Gorgon, Chief of Design and Construction. So I'm here just briefly to introduce this item. As you're aware, Del Val is owned by the state, but the district operates and is responsible for maintaining the park and specifically the water system. The system was built in 1976 and is near the end of its operable life cycle. Since 2016, the district has been engaged with engineers to understand the complexities and the options available to renovate the system. This past December, the board authorized acceptance of a state park grant to provide initial funding to this project and for the engineering services for the design and technical support to renovate the water treatment plant and water distribution system. Given the complexity, scale, and age of the system, the grant funds provided a welcome catalyst to the district to advance the project. Working with operations to prioritize the work needed, the construction contract before you today is comprehensive in fixing what's broken or severely compromised. While it does not replace the entire piping distribution system, the district, because of the work that it's done in terms of the previous planning, has a good plan in place to continue to upgrade the distribution using a systematic system moving forward. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Clay Simmons. He's the project manager to walk you through this, the board action in front of you this afternoon.
Hello, Director Wieskamp and members of the board. My name is Clay Simmons. I'm a civil engineer with the Park District. I was here back in December to get authorization to award a design contract for this project. I'm here today for the authorization to award a construction contract in the amount of just under $5.4 million, and also to in order to fund this, to authorize the appropriation of $3 million from the Major Infrastructure Renovation and Replacement 553 Fund. The next few slides I'm going to show here are slides that you saw back in December, just to refresh your memory about this project. These are the underlying project goals that we had going into the design of this system. The first being to improve reliability by replacing problematic components. One example of this is isolation valves, about 42 throughout the entire system that have been there for close to 40 years now. They're not opening and closing like they used to, and they need to be replaced. We're also we have a goal to provide for redundancy throughout the system wherever possible. Park operations has expressed concerns over issues where a part of the system goes down and they don't have an easy way to replace those parts that are very outdated, antiquated. We're also introducing a loop to the system that will allow for repairs to take place while keeping the system online. The third project goal I want to talk a little bit more about today than I did back in December. It's to improve water treatment. The actual quality of the water will be improved to meet current and anticipated future Department of Drinking Water operating requirements. So what we have there right now, and I apologize, I'm going to go into details just a little bit here, but the way the current system is classified today is a transient non-community system. And a transient non-community system allows for up to 25 regular full-time employees working over a 6-month period within the park. This is a very popular park, as you know. They receive tens of thousands of visitors each month in the height of the summer season. And in order to go over this 25 regular full-time employees status, the system has to be upgraded from what it currently is, a transient non-community system, to what's called a non-transient non-community system. We currently have at Del Val, per the park supervisor, 21 regular full-time employees, and there are needs in the near future to go past that 25. So that's a lot of the impetus for upgrading this water system to get this higher classification that allows for more park staff to be working there. Our last goal is to be frugal wherever possible, to reuse components that aren't broken. As Lisa mentioned, it's not a brand new system. We're reusing things such as the clarifier. Our consultant felt that it was in very good condition. Didn't need to be replaced. The submersible pumps at the raw water intake is going to be reused, the intake pipes, and a certain percentage of the distribution system that park operations has not expressed concern over. And we feel that in the coming years we can replace those components on an as-needs basis. But for all intents and purposes, this will be like a new water system. It will be generating higher quality water than it is now. And it will be a lot more reliable. Okay, so here's, again, this is a slide that you saw back in December, just an overview of the park. I'm highlighting here the treatment plant in plan view, and these highlighted portions of the plant and accompanying photos show some of the things that are being replaced. As you can see on the left, this is very outdated equipment. When anything goes wrong, it's very difficult to find replacement parts. So our plant operator and park staff are very looking forward to having a new updated system. On the bottom right corner, you can see the water treatment plant shed. This is like the control house that houses all of the control equipment. We're going to be doubling the size of this control shed. And as you can see, there is some equipment in the way. That equipment will be moved. Also in that bottom right photo, you can see that horizontal pressure filter. We're going to be adding a second pressure filter. Again, this meets that goal of having redundancy. So if that pressure filter needs to be serviced, which it does from time to time, filters need to be replaced, we can still have the system online and operating while those things are being done. This is back to the overall map, and you can see some of the parts. If you can, all of these colored pipelines here represent sections of the distribution system that are being replaced. It's about 3 miles worth of pipe that we're getting. Some of the pipeline will be upsized, and all of it will be converted to high-density polyethylene HDPE, or like a plastic pipe. So the design has been completed, and we went out to bid. We were really happy about the pre-construction site walk that we had. We had over 20 contractors there, a lot of excitement about this project. In the end, we received 3 what we feel to be very competitive bids. One of the signs of quality bid documents is how close the bids are to each other. If you have a shoddy work, then you're going to have bids all over the place. But what we found is from the lowest bid to the highest bid, we have about a 7% difference. And the low bid came in from Teichert Energy and Utilities Group, subsidiary of Teichert Construction, at just under $5.4 million. You can see here the highest bid was about 5.8. So it did come in higher than we were hoping. We were told that we should expect a price around $5 million, We found that most projects coming in these days are coming in slightly above what we anticipate. So we're at 5.4 million, and I just want to look at the budget here with you briefly. We currently have in our budget 4.4 million for this project, with expenditures to date of just under 800,000. This includes most of the $500,000 that was awarded to our designer back in December. They've burned through most of that. Staff time, as well as the master study that was done a few years ago. That's all part of these expenditures to date. We're asking for an additional $3 million from the 553, which gives us an available balance of about 6.6 million. And these funds will be allocated as follows: just under 5.4 million to the construction contract, with a project contingency and staff time of about 1.2 million, which leaves us with no remaining balance. The schedule, we're a little bit behind. We were hoping that we could get this under construction in October. It's looking like we're going to have this in construction in a month or two. The contract requires that they start no later than the 1st of January. We have the distribution system scheduled to be replaced as soon as they can get out there until around Memorial Day next year. We want to keep activities at the park to a minimum during the busy summer months. So from Memorial Day to Veterans Day next year, we just have some prep work up at the treatment plant. And then the major equipment for the treatment plant will be replaced from September to December 31st, 2020. That's our grant deadline. If you might recall from last December, we received this $5 million grant from the state of California, $4 million of which is being used for this project, and one of the stipulations is that we have this money spent by the end of 2020. So we are going to be working on this project in earnest all of next year. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much, Clay, and for the review. It's always good to be refreshed. Questions or comments? Director Corbett? Director Lane?
I've got a couple of things. It is an old system. So I have a question about the distribution system. You're going to be replacing what percentage as part of this? Maybe 30%?
No, probably closer to 50, 60%, yeah.
Okay, and is our goal to replace 100%?
For this project?
No, not right now, but
yeah. Eventually it will
in
need
the future.
Yeah, so the AC pipe that's there right now was installed in 1976. AC pipe reportedly has a design life of about 70 years. So we're about 40 years into its design life. I'm expecting that within the next 20 to 30 years, all of that AC pipe will need to be replaced. But the AC pipe that we're not touching is in areas that park operators have not really expressed concern, about pipe bursting issues. It's smaller pipeline out in the campground areas. We're replacing all of the portions of the distribution system that park operations has expressed concern over. All of the main lines within the system are being replaced.
Okay, and then this project that we're talking about will replace, will be the total amount that will replace our water system besides the pipes, right?
Right. All of the components that were identified as being problematic or needing to be replaced in our consultant's master study a few years ago. Yeah, all of those components will be replaced. We're not replacing, for instance, the clarifier, because after it was inspected, they said, hey, this is in great shape. It's been very well maintained. Your staff has done a good job keeping it in good condition. So we're not going to replace what isn't broken.
So would you anticipate that it would last 50 years?
The clarifier?
No, the...
the entire system?
Yes.
No, I would say that the AC pipe, again, going back to a 70-year design
without the
life,
pipes.
yeah, probably within 20 to 30 years it'll need to be replaced. And as far as the clarifier goes, I don't think I could answer that with confidence right now. I can look into that and see.
Okay, well,
yeah.
you know, I'm not talking about the pipes, you know, so it's the water system project, less pipes. So how long would you think that would last?
Yeah, so what we have right now has lasted about 40 years. With this new equipment, I think we could expect 40, 50 years, yeah, out of the new equipment that we're installing.
Okay. Then the water quality. So when you're talking about getting a higher water quality, does that mean that for our campers and users, it will taste better than it currently does?
Absolutely, yes.
That would be good.
Yeah, we have heard that some of the workers there bring in bottled water because of the taste. So.
Okay. But we're talking about improving the water treatment for the entire campground and workers. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I don't really understand why the water before had a connection with a number of full-time workers. Why would they say, you know, if it's transit non-community system, why is it geared to number of workers? I mean, because what we're looking at are thousands of campers.
That's right. Yeah,
right?
no, that's a really good
So I
question.
don't understand where that 25 or more number relates.
Yeah, so the reason that the Division of Drinking Water stipulates that there can only be up to 25 regular full-time employees, irrespective of the number of campers there, is that, and don't take this the wrong way, but this is the way it's been described to me, campers are there for a day. They're there for a couple days. It's, you know, it doesn't affect their health long-term to have water that's maybe a lower quality than it does workers that are there all day, every day for at least 6 months out of the year. It's the buildup of contaminants in the water that they're concerned about. So that's the way the Division of Drinking Water classifies their treatment systems.
Okay. Director Corbett.
Thank you. I have a few questions and comments as well. First of all, thank you very much. I think it's a great idea that we're able to reuse some of the parts, but obviously there's other parts that have been working hard that will have to be replaced. And I think this is a really important and ambitious project, and so happy to see it happening. When I first started, I think we were talking about the water system and the treatment system. That was my first introduction, I think, to the parks. So I just wanted to ask, I'm sure this is something that's been covered, but in the terms of the contract, since this is a lengthy and high-ticket item, and we are, you know, have this deadline staring us in the face in order to use our state funds, does the contract anticipate having clauses in it to require a timeline, a very specific timeline of completion with penalties if the timelines aren't met? Because I am concerned about the timelines. You know, we sometimes have wet years and weather issues and all of that. So I would love to know more about how we safeguard against any concern of losing our money and our funding, and make sure they stay on the timeline.
Director Corbett, this is Carol Victor, District Counsel, for the recording. Much of your question goes to really strong project management is really important, and but our contracts, our standard contracts, just had a major overhaul about 2 years ago, so that they reflect sort of the state of the practice in public contracting. We do have liquidated damage clause, but more importantly, all contractors have to post a performance bond, and if they fail to perform on that contract, we go after the surety, and we've had to do that before. So the surety has to step in and bring in a contractor to finish if there's a problem. So we do have some fairly strong remedies to ensure performance.
Do we also have a very specific timeline in which we expect certain things to be completed?
Yes, and I will turn that over to Clay to discuss
Specifically in the contract?
the critical path items that.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the schedule is very clearly defined in the contract, what needs to be done by when. It's up to the contractor to decide specifically how they're going to go about meeting those deadlines, but we do have intermediate requirements, to meet that December 31st deadline. I've also been told by our grants manager that there is some leeway with that December 31st deadline. Our contractor is going to do their best to meet that deadline, but if it goes over slightly, we believe that we'll still be able to use the state funds.
Do we have penalties for lack of performance in
Yes.
meeting timelines? Okay.
Liquidated damages, yes. Yep.
Right. And then my other question, and this is something that can come back later. I'm hoping we can have a report back at some point on how we are managing the issue of park users, keeping them informed of what's going on, and if there's any closures or, campground closures or whatever. I mean, I don't know what all could be anticipated, but we have a report back to the board sort of on, how we can be proactive in anticipating our park users' concerns as a result of the impact of the project. Okay. Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Director Rosario.
Thank you. This looks like it could be a great project. My question is, because I just, it's one of the reasons I go to the mayor's conferences. I've always learned something new. The city of Pleasanton just finished a recycled water project, and they're using recycled water for all their non-potable uses. And I know the city of Oakland and around Lake Merritt is using recycled water. Is there an opportunity for us to be using recycled water in these plants?
At this point, to change the design that's been performed to date, I think would be very difficult.
Yeah, because you have to have a dual water system, but basically.
Right.
But maybe I was thinking maybe in the future, there's got to be places. I was thinking of Oyster Bay in particular, because I think Waste Management has a waste water facility. If maybe there's an opportunity there to use recycled water there for Oyster Bay or other locations.
Matt Grohl, Chief of Stewardship, and sitting in today for Christina Kelchner also. Just on the recycled water, I think there are good opportunities at other parks. One thing about Del Val is the sewage treatment system there is fully contained, and it goes into sewage treatment evaporation ponds that have plenty of capacity. So we're not in the business of treating wastewater at Del Val. We only treat water for drinking there. So, but at other parks, there are a lot of good opportunities where we have a park that's close to a wastewater treatment plant.
Okay. Anyone else? Director Godfrey?
Yeah, thank you. I think this is going to be an excellent project and long overdue. But a couple of things, and just, I guess, a wish. I wish at some point in the resolution, we had acknowledged the $4 million from Senator Glazer and Assemblymember Baker, because I expect getting more things like this from other Assembly members and people. I guess, how much water do we collect, treat, and distribute per day, or what's the projection through this plant? I mean, how much are you going to produce?
In terms of gallons, so one number that comes to mind is 32 million gallons a year is what we produced, I think, last year. Kelly, do you have an accurate date on that, or a number?
Kelly Barrington, Chief of Maintenance and Skilled Trades, and as President Wieskamp pointed out, I did used to operate this plant, so it is capable of producing up to 600,000 gallons of water a day, so 0.65 million.
600,000 a day? Oh, okay, great, wow. And then I guess I'm still a little interested in the transient, non-community versus non-transient, non-community. And I can buy into that. I can't figure for the life of me where 25 people work there, but if you're including concessionaires and windsurf guys, and maybe a firefighter or two, but this would be not a full-time deal. And I guess my question is, what's the cost difference? What did it cost to upgrade to the non-transient, non-community system? I mean, was that an extra $1 million we had to pay for that?
Well, yeah, so one specific component of the system, the granular activated carbon, would not have been required had we kept this a transient non-community system. In terms of quantifying a dollar amount for that, it's difficult to say because we would have been replacing the distribution system anyway, right? That has no bearing on that. We would have been adding a pressure filter. We would have been replacing all of the control equipment within the shed. So I think the GAC system, this granular activated carbon, this is one of the main components that was added to get us up to that next level, and that is about $500,000, $750 maybe, after all the labor associated with it.
Are there any permitting cost differences between the two systems?
So our consultant was required to submit a technical report to Division of Drinking Water describing the new system. That report would not have been required had we not been transitioning from a transient non-community to a non-transient non-community. That report probably cost somewhere between $50,000 and $100,000, I'd say. Again, it's difficult to quantify because the total contract amount was about $500,000. I would say about 10% of that went towards that technical report. I hope that's helpful and not confusing.
It is, yeah. And then I guess also Teichert Energy and Utilities Group, have they ever done work for the district before?
Teichert Construction has, and this is a subsidiary of Teichert Construction. I believe this subsidiary has only been around for a couple years, but really the people that are working there are with Teichert Construction.
So they're familiar with the district, they've worked here before.
Yes.
I'm always interested in contingencies and how they perform, if they've ever had liquidated damages, things like that.
Yes.
I don't know if you know that, you're fairly new, but I hope we take that in consideration. I know it's the lowest bidder, but they have to be the responsible bidder, and I'm always interested, especially with a 20% contingency, and never heard of a 20% contingency before in the Regional Park District. Is there a reason for that? I think my math's correct. If the construction is cost or $55.3 million, and the contingency, including staff time, which I wish you could separate that out.
It was
because
actually, yeah, that's right. So that was a 15% project contingency, and then the remainder of that was for staff time, project management, construction inspection services, all internal district work, in addition to that 15% contingency. So, yeah.
Okay. Is that typical? It's usually 10, isn't it?
It can vary.
Yep. Okay.
But with a project of this scope, the size of this project, I think 15% is very reasonable. There are always uncertainties with projects. We're working within a very limited time frame. I think it's reasonable, yeah, given the risks.
All right, thank you. I think it'll be a great project.
Thank you.
Any other directors? Ellen?
I just wanted to make one more comment. I just want to say I think it's very prudent that we've also planned for the potential for increased water quality standards, because this is a major investment, and trending water quality standards often
are increased in the state of California. So I just think that was a really smart thing to do, to anticipate that. So, thank you.
Any other director? Well, I take this as a very personal importance in my area. I don't remember the first time I went and looked at the water plant. Kelly drugged me there and said, look at this, and how much time he had spent there and other people trying to keep the system operable. And I admired their willingness to do this, but this is a small city. It's a small city, and we deserve to have the highest standards for those that visit and those that are employed there. If you want to bring bottled water, fine, but you shouldn't feel you have to. And we should not feel that the system could fail at any moment and somebody's going to have to come out there in the middle of the night and try to repair it if we can avoid it. And Clay, this has almost been a trial by fire for you coming through this whole process. Do you wonder why they assigned this to you? I don't know. Anyway, I think it's a great project. I think we'll have a big celebration, and we really do thank Senator Glazer and former Assemblywoman Baker for their great consideration in coming out there. If I remember right, it was a pretty warm day, and they had to look at that plant too, and they understood the need. So I would like to make the motion to accept this and move forward with the project and hope it stays on time as we go through it. If I can have a second. I hear a second from Director Corbett. Further discussion.
President Wieskamp, if I may, I just wanted to clarify that we are moving away from the transient system to meet a higher standard.
Yes,
with this
we
project.
all, I think, understand that.
Okay.
I think they all agree that is very important for this area.
And then if we would like to add a whereas acknowledging Assembly Members Baker and
Please
Glazer,
do.
we will add that if the
Absolutely.
board, okay.
That would be very nice. Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations. We trust it goes forward smoothly. We always do that.
Madam President, could you let me know, you made the motion and who seconded? Okay,
Corbett?
thank you.
Sure. Okay. We are going to take 15 minutes max. Do not run away and hide. I have a lack of faith in you all. No, I have a lack of an interest, a knowledge.
Yeah, make it 5 and then we'll be back in 15. That's how it goes.
I'm trying to be realistic.
You know how people are.
Be careful with that wire. Oh, yeah. Okay, just, I don't want anybody to trip, including you, Dee. I'm sure what that would do for some part of your anatomy. It would not be good. know that.
Dude, that's an excellent idea. We should, anytime we do any new construction, we should be piping them left. There's somebody down also treatment costs. Yeah. There's no treatment cost, it's evaporation, and that stuff that sits on the bottom. It's called facultative. Facultative treatment. It's 9 feet down. So there's so much of black. That's the only treatment, it's all natural. It's all because they get but not way from that, but the city of San Leandro. So I don't know what they do so well. They used to fight it like crazy because we wanted to do it with all over. The Oraloma guys in 175. No, we do it. It's the weather here doesn't sustain having it. They need recycled water in the valley. And so they never did it because totally they had no maybe they'll do it now, but they don't do it yet. None of the people on the coast do it because they don't know. And to pipe it, the most expensive thing is to pump the pipe. Although Oraloma provides 7 million gallons of fresh a day, I think it's a week, 7 million gallons a week to Skywest Golf Course. But that's a straight shot. They're the only ones that get their treatment.
Because I know City of Oakland, all that development, like
East Bay Mud's
East Bay Mud's right there.
Yeah, East Bay Mud's definitely.
And it's stretching over to the new development.
Yeah. Well, Orange County has 30 million gallons a day. It's 30 million. Which is fantastic. Well, and it's cheaper by salinization.
Colin is
Salinization,
probably,
it's much cheaper,
we're
but
gonna
everything's.
try. Let me go see if I can find Colin.
I was sitting next to Georgine Holder Leopold. You know her? She comes to CSDA. She's a member of CSDA. She's on Dublin Center Road Services. I was sitting with her this last weekend at CSDA. We were talking about recycled water. She said, "That's how I lost my re-election in 2009. Trying to get Dublin Pleasanton in 2009. They thought she was crazy. They were going to make people waste water, and she lost her election. Yeah. Now they do. Now they use it. Yeah.
And you didn't sound like it was something you wanted at all. I know. Oh, from the top? All right, I'll write it down.
They have cell coverage on there.
All right. Let's do,
It was perfect.
Helen has to be somewhere else,
She's up there.
so
She
we've
took
got to
picture, and now
do a
she's heading back
fast
down. I just
finish.
said,
Good luck. They disappear faster than I could corral.
She said she's going back. She just called me from the top.
Okay.
So they have cell coverage.
Guys, let's try to finish, please. She's having more fun. I think that's pretty neat. Saying yeah, yeah, yeah.
Shouldn't she be holding up?
Don't ask me what she's doing. Not in my job description. Okay, I swear I get you here and then it's just like a bunch of cats. Sure. Okay, guys, let's try to get this back and finish. Thank you. We're all being herded into positions. How's that? Thank you all. The next item is under Acquisition, Stewardship, and Development, and that is authorization to enter into an option purchase and sale agreement and transfer and appropriate funds for the acquisition and partnership with the Conservancy of 3.25 plus or minus acres from Carney and Blushing as surviving trustees of the Blushing Trust. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam President, members of the board. Mike Reeves, Chief of Land Acquisition. The Blushing Trust property is located along Morgan Territory Road in a part of Morgan Territory Regional Preserve that backs up onto Mount Diablo State Park. Morgan Territory Road is this black line in through here. The Blushing property is shown here, and it is surrounded on all three of its sides by parkland. Both the former Schwartz property acquired by the Park District in 2009, and then in 2011, the Park District acquired the Moss Rock property from, say, Mount Diablo. Oriented again, this is Morgan Territory Road here. Light green is Mount Diablo State Park lands. And you also see a bit of the trail system. From Morgan Territory Road, you have the Morgan Ridge Trail, which continues south and then lets on to the Highland Ridge Trail on Morgan Territory on the preserve. And you have the old Finley Road Trail as well. So the property is located within the Marsh Creek Canyon. Marsh Creek runs along Morgan Territory Road here. So it's down there at the bottom of the canyon. Just another point about our Moss Rock property is that that was originally improved to create a building pad for a home that was never developed. one of the reasons why we purchased the property is to keep that from happening. So that driveway takes you from Morgan Territory Road on the Moss Rock property up to a good deal up the side of the hillside there where that building pad is. That Moss Rock property has the potential to one day provide a trail connection that could continue on up to the Morgan Ridge Trail and the other ridgeline trails up there in Mount Diablo State Park. The blocking property is immediately adjacent to Moss Rock and to that driveway. So in that sense, there's a future potential to also have the blocking property play a role in a trail connection or a trailhead or something of that nature. So I just wanted to point that prospect out on this map. So the reasons for considering this property for acquisition is, number one, to remove a private inholding. Again, it's bordered on three sides by our existing parklands. This would help establish a more logical park boundary in that area. Would also prevent the possibility of residential development on the site, and that could impact the riparian habitat and the water quality in the creek. And I spoke already about the potential trail connections from Morgan Territory Road up to the Ridgeline Trail System. And then this is also being considered as a partnership project with the HCP Habitat Conservancy, and we will be applying to the State Wildlife Conservation Board for funding to help support this proposed purchase. Some photos of the property. So this is on Morgan Territory Road, looking northerly. The property is on the left side, on the west side there, and you can see the for sale sign there in the background. And then this is the bridge crossing over Marsh Creek. There's a clearing in the lower part of the property just off of Morgan Territory Road, and within that clearing there was once a recreational cabin that was built several decades ago. That burned in sometime during the 1970s. We don't have anything definite on that, but you can see here the foundation of that cabin. So the property was put on the market with that potential that a buyer would work with that existing building pad, if you will, or clearing, and be able to develop their own residence there. This is a remarkable tree specimen that's located on the property. Looks a little primordial. This is a glimpse of Marsh Creek. The creek goes through along one side of the property, but actually a goodly portion of the creek has the property spans a goodly portion of the creek for about 300 or 400 feet. And it's just a root system there down by the water's edge of the creek.
That's a clear root system. Quite a picture.
So the property may be acquired for a negotiated purchase price of $210,000. It was appraised at $260,000, but again, we were able to negotiate a reduced price, a savings of $50,000 off of the appraised fair market value. But today's action requested of the board is just to enter into the option purchase and sale agreement and to appropriate $15,000, which will cover the option payment of $5,000, appraisal and staff time costs. Again, a total appropriation request of $15,000. And with that, I would entertain questions from the board. But on this last photo, again, this is looking at the clearing within the property. You see again the remnants of the foundation of the old cottage, and some of you may recognize the person there in that image. This is our former chief of land acquisition, Liz Musbach, And Liz and I had a chance to first inspect this property during her last official week at the Park District. So I can say accurately that this is the last legacy project that Liz touched during her long and illustrious tenure with the Park District. And with that, again, I would entertain questions from the board.
Very appropriate picture. Very good. Okay, do I have any comments or questions from anyone? Director Wasby?
Yeah, I think it's a great purchase. But you had a photo of a bridge, and you referred to the bridge. Is the bridge on Morgan Territory Road or our property, or our proposed purchase?
It's on Director Wasby. The bridge crosses Marsh Creek. It's part of Morgan Territory Road. That image would include on the west side of the road would be the subject property, the blocking property. On the right side of that road would be Park District lands, the part of the former Schwartz property.
But the bridge belongs to the county and will continue to belong to the county,
Yes.
right?
Correct.
We're not buying
A
a bridge.
one-lane bridge. Yes.
We're not buying the bridge. Good. Anybody else have a comment or a question? I see none. Do we have someone who would like to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion.
I see a smile on the left, so
Yeah,
let's go to my left.
I think for all the reasons you listed, it's a great idea that we're looking to purchase this property. Thank you for your work on it. Well, Morgan Territory is almost as pretty as Las Trampas.
Okay.
And it's part of my ward, so I would like to move we enter into an option purchase and sale agreement on this property.
Okay, Director Lane makes a motion.
Second.
Second by Director Rosario. I think it's a lovely piece of property, but then all the Park District has lovely property. Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. I think you ought
Thank
to
you.
send a picture to Liz saying, this is your last opportunity at an action here, and we hope you're having a great retirement. So thank you.
Excellent suggestion. Thank you.
Okay. The next item, and maybe this explains the strong presence from the police department, the authorization to establish a capital project and transfer funds to upgrade the low-band radio communication system district-wide.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam President, members of the board, thank you, and esteemed colleagues. Anthony Chaburo, your AGM of Public Safety, and I'm here today to thank you in advance for considering this and also to introduce my staff. I would say this first, that communications are a cornerstone of safety, and safety of our personnel and park patrons is absolutely our #1 priority. So I present to you Captain Alan Love and Communications Manager Patty Gershanek.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. Alan Love, Police Captain, Support Services of the Park District Police Department. Is with me is our Communications, Records, and Property and Evidence Manager, Patty Gershanek. Today I'm here to provide an update of our low-band radio system and seeking the board's recommendation for its upgrade. So to give you a little bit of a history of the Park District's radio system, it was established in the 1970s. It has been on continuously since then. In 2005, we transitioned from an analog signal to a digital signal, and that took place in 2005. And then in 2017, Public Safety moved from the low-band system to the eBrick system as its primary communication source. Currently, the Park District radio system has 9 towers and is in 4 counties. There are over 400 park operations users who use our low-band radio systems every day, and that is to communicate with each other as well as communicate with with our dispatch center. And we have over 100 public safety personnel who use that, and those are encompassed by our volunteer trail safety patrol as well as our lifeguards. So when we began to look at the radio system a few years ago, we realized that there was 2 issues facing us. One was the low-band portables that were being phased out by Motorola and later by Kenwood, as well as the necessary infrastructure upgrade. So the portables that we have, that we use, the park staff use every day, a version of this, which is a Motorola low-band radio. It has a lifespan of approximately 10 to 15 years. These are no longer being produced. Kenwood, Motorola stopped making them, and then Kenwood stopped making them in 2018. So essentially, we have, Patty has used every means possible to find a vendor. The last vendor we were able to find that would work with our system, we had to order them used from Montana?
Yes.
Montana. And that was the last ones we were able to get, and that was earlier this year. We have approximately 60 remaining of the low-band systems in central stores. And what we've done to kind of cushion that is to collect all of the public safety, all the police department radios, and they will be refurbished and essentially retouched by personnel to get them up to current standards. So that way they can be reissued to staff. The other aspect is the radio infrastructure. As I mentioned, it's been on continuously since the 1970s. In 2003 to 2005, we upgraded from an analog signal to a digital signal to be transmitted between towers. It was originally due for an upgrade in 2016, and that was put off for a few years, and here we are in 2019. The issue that we're having with finding replacement parts in 2005 technology is it's very, very hard to find these replacement parts. If you think about trying to find replacement parts for your iPhone 1, that's kind of what we're looking at, because that's kind of the same time frame. And we have our radio technicians continuously looking for replacement parts, and these are part of the vaults that are at the base of the towers to find replacement parts, and they're becoming increasingly hard to find. So when we began to look at kind of wrap our arms around this, I'm a big proponent of teamwork. So we brought in different areas of the Park District, from Ann Castlebaum in INR to Patty in Public Safety, Chief Castile in Park Operations, Deb Spalding in Finance, and Kelly as well as Maintenance Skilled Trades. And I couldn't pass on the opportunity to thank, she recently left, but Rachel Sater's work in the legal team really, really helped us out. So we kind of brought everybody together to kind of, as stakeholders, to really kind of look at this issue. And we conducted a radio survey of all the internal people that are using the radio system. What we found is there's approximately 380 portable radios. So when I refer to portable radios, that is something that is on your hip. And we have 192 mobile radios used by staff. Mobile radios are mounted in the vehicle, and they're essentially attached to the dashboard. You can't pull them out. 43% of those that responded to the survey said they use their vehicle radio, so their mobile radio, to speak with dispatch at least once a day. 32% stated they use their portable, their on their hip radio, to speak to dispatch. And approximately 52% said they use their portable radio to speak with other staff. So as you may know, there's park staff uses two channels, a repeated audio in channel 3, and then a talk about channel on channel 4, which is essentially in park operations of, hey, can you come over here? And that's not monitored by dispatch or repeated to the other parks. So to kind of give you an idea of what our radio system looks like is that we have the portable radio that connects to the tower, or it can also connect to a mobile radio. A portable radio transmits at about 5 watts, and a mobile radio inside a vehicle transmits at about 50 watts. So if you're trying to hit a tower, obviously the more power, the better. This is actually what our Park District's radio system looks like. And I guarantee you that the only person, other than maybe some other people, is Patty, who this makes sense to, because this looks very scary to me. It's a very, very, very scary schematic. But as you can see, is there is essentially a loop, and I've drawn red boxes around the loop, so that way you can kind of follow it. It's a redundant loop, so that way in the event that one site goes down, it automatically reverses and continues to operate in the other direction. That is what happened when we lost Rocky Ridge a few years ago. We might remember that there was a disconnect in our radio system, and we lost some of the radio because it wasn't continuously operated in a loop. So when we were looking at our radio system and we started to kind of get an eye on this, is we had CSI Communications conduct a survey. Essentially, they conduct a computer simulated survey of where the best coverage is. And what their recommendation was that there's not enough very high frequencies available to build a new system. So essentially that the purchase of frequencies by taxi cabs, television studios, things like that, there's not enough to essentially rebuild a whole new system for us. There are enough at the ultra high frequency, and I'll get into those in just a little bit, to look at a system. But looking at a mathematic representative through computers is that eBricks would be a possibility to go to. So when we kind of looked at what we were looking at, the task force looked at a few things. Was that, do we want to upgrade the current low band system to current technological standards? Do we want to completely abandon and move to an alternative, such as a cellular service? Do we want to continue to use our low band system, just kind of scratching together parts that as we can find them? Or do we want to make a formal request to transition to eBricks, essentially completely look at going away from low band? So for those that are very interested, like myself, who are looking at what frequencies look like, this is what a low band radio looks like. This is where it transmits at our frequency. The reason that this works best for the Park District is it has the low, or the very, very wide frequency, able to go over hills, around trees and things like that. The higher that you go up, the closer the signals are, and you're not able to penetrate deeper into the forest. As a matter of fact, we had an issue last week where officers were on a traffic stop on Redwood Road, and the sergeant advised the officer to use his low band because it would actually get out better. So when we look at the eBricks radio system, I'll just kind of give you an update on that. It's a Project 25 that was established after the 9/11 attacks that mandated all public safety agencies are able to talk to each other. And currently on our eBricks radio, we're able to talk to both Alameda County and Contra Costa County systems. Thank you. The exciting thing about eBricks is that if you look at our area, they are now having Baybricks, which is the San Francisco areas, which will also be on P25 compliant, as well as Sobricks in Santa Clara County, or South Bay. They'll be able to also, so in the event of a large multi-casualty incident or a large multi-scale incident, we'll actually be able to switch to one channel and be able to talk to law enforcement agencies from San Francisco, San Jose, Contra Costa County, as well as Alameda County. And I know of at least one agency that is using eBricks in Solano County, and that's Benicia.
All of Solano County is decided to.
So that's up-to-date information. Solano County is now moving. The issue with eBricks, obviously, is it is a monthly subscription, and that pays for the infrastructure. We also looked at some newer technology, such as ICOM, which I have a photo here. But what we did do is Patty had some testing done with some of our park staff and our officers, and it's cellular based. So anywhere you have a cell signal for your phone, it works. But when you go into some of the areas, Redwood Road, Del Val, Anthony Chabot, Los Trompas, and you have no cell service, they don't work. So when we looked at the potential costs of making the decisions, we looked at the low band upgrade of $1.3 to $1.5 million, and essentially that will carry the district for the next 10 to 15 years. If we were to abandon the radio system completely and move to cellular telephones, we would have an initial cost of approximately $57,000. However, we would still have significant gaps in our communication system because it would only work where cell phones work. If we were to continue to operate just as a status quo, foraging where we can, we don't know the potential cost. And then if we were to make a formal move to eBricks, we would estimate an initial cost of $2.7 million and an annual ongoing cost of $240,000 per year. The 2.7 would be to replace every single mobile and portable radio that I spoke of earlier. Just because I kind of had to go over that number again in my head because that seemed like a really large number. So that would be 572 radios times $3,000 each, plus a $1,600 activation each. It gets us to $2.68 million. And then the $35 a month subscription cost per radio would give us to $240,000. So after looking at all the items, the radio task force is recommending to upgrade the Park District's radio systems to current technology standards. Low band frequencies, as I mentioned, work best in the Park District. That type of frequency works best. The Park District towers are placed for greatest effectiveness within the East Bay Regional Park District, where other areas such as eBricks has more towers, however, they are designated at populated areas. eBricks towers are designated to get the most service for populated areas. So the areas that are not populated, like the Park District, we receive the lesser signals. And looking at it, essentially, it was a cost-effective option to get us the next 10 to 15 years. And as I heard earlier from Director Corbett, technology is changing by the minute. So looking at what we're making the request for is we have obtained $575,000, and we're going to be requesting a transfer from the Major Equipment Replacement Fund of $316,000 to establish a project. We have made a budget request in the 2020 budget process for the remaining $609,000. So that gives us a total estimated project cost of $1.5 million. So with this action, the General Manager recommends that the Board of Directors establish a capital project and authorize the transfer of existing budget funds to upgrade the low-band radio communication system, software, and equipment at all 9 existing district radio tower sites. And with that, Patty and I are more than happy to answer any questions that we have.
Oh, my goodness. Another big project today. Questions from anyone? Director Rosario.
I just forgot my question. Oh, no, safety for our folks out in the field is very important, and I'm just curious, are there currently cell phone capabilities on our existing towers?
Patty Gershanek, Communications and Records Manager. Currently, no, our towers are based on radio signals, so we're looking to upgrade the microwave signals that transmit between the two. Cell phone tower is a standalone system, and that is something that would be looked at in the future.
And then as far as this technology is being phased out, so do you guys have a vendor that's going to repair all this equipment?
So it wouldn't be repaired. We have done some background searching, should we say, because it would have to go to RFP to actually find a company that would do it. But currently there's 2 companies that have worked with us in the past, Harris and Aviat. Aviat is the one who provided us a general estimate to get us to that $1.5 million. And that's actually all new components for our microwave system is what they'd be replacing.
Oh, okay.
It's not repair.
Great.
Okay, that's it, all right. Director Wadsby?
Well, I guess I support this. I find it interesting. You gave a wonderful, compelling argument to why no one should ever be in low band anymore. They don't make them anymore. They don't. It's difficult with towers. It's difficult with the new technology. It seems like, for the same reason we don't wear pagers anymore, it's no longer.
So the only thing that's not being made anymore is actually this piece of equipment.
That's all.
That's it. It's the portable radio. California Highway Patrol is a low-band radio system. They use a high-band portable and a repeater system in their vehicle like our police officers used to use. So it's a high-band portable that talks to their low-band mobile that's in their car. So the low-band mobiles are not going away. CHP uses those, and they will use them continuously because it's the best option. Think of it as an AM radio signal. It travels really far and long distances. So California Highway Patrol, so the actual low-band system is not going away. This one piece of equipment isn't, because nobody really uses this one piece of equipment anymore.
And the Motorola vendor is just for the piece of equipment, right?
Motorola actually produces tons of things, but they were our #1 vendor for this piece of equipment. When they phased it out, we went to Kenwood, and then Kenwood phased it out. We don't know, at some point in the future, another radio developer might say, hey, there's a need for low-band equipment, and they'll develop them. But as of right now, in the last 2 years, there's nobody producing the low-band portables.
And to follow up on Director Rosario's comment, I know cellular, it seems like, well, by these numbers, we could buy everybody in the Park District 3 or 4 iPhone 10s, and they could lose 2 of them a year, and we'd still be able to run this. But as I understand, it's based on the coverage occasionally doesn't work. And once again, I'm not arguing this, and I'll vote in favor of this, but I wish we'd look at this, because at some point, we have the ability we have towers in place, and I know environmentally we're not going to put towers throughout the Park District, but I think we could put a cell phone tower on the same structure that we have existing, and I doubt we'd get in any compliance or environmental problems with that.
So
and I'm wondering,
cellular coverage versus radio coverage is completely different. So the area that's covered by a cell tower is substantially smaller than the area that's covered by a radio signal. So the 9 towers that we have, Ebrix has 31 towers in just 2 counties. So if we wanted to cover every area that we had for cell phone coverage, we'd probably be looking at anywhere between, say, and this is strictly a guess, 35 to 40 cell phone towers to cover the 2 counties.
Okay.
So it's not like the one tower at Bulmer Peak is not going to be able to cover a great area. It's going to cover just that area right there if you put a cell phone there. And then you would have to actually pick which service you would want to have on that tower as well. But if we spread them out throughout the Park District, it'd be something different.
yeah, that would be very different, too different. One more question. So since this technology was around since 1975 in the Park District, when we hired these consultants, was there ever a consideration of safety? I know that in 1975, no one thought about, I don't even know what they're called, electromagnetic blah, 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 blah. The stuff that when I was a park ranger, they told me, don't you dare hold on to that antenna and key that mic or you're going to turn into something, I'm not sure what. But has there been any studies of what your towers produce as far as electromagnetic, somebody help me, waves, something like that? Is there any safety concerns or questions or studies?
Not to my knowledge. That's something that we would have to do some research on.
All right. Anything else?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, something else.
I think somebody's cell
My
phone is
duck.
reacting to all that information. Director Coffey?
So I'm still missing it. Are you replacing those radios or not? And if
So
so,
the-
with what?
So we currently have a stock of these radios that are in central stores. That's where we have the 60 in central stores, as well as the ones that we've gathered from public safety to be used. That essentially, we use approximately, I had this number off the top of my head, per year. Approximately 20 per year of 20? order from central stores, and then we're able to retune ones as they're turned back in. The technology is not really changing with these. It's just they become broken, dropped, things like that. And that's why we hire the radio technicians to retune them, and so that way they can be reissued.
And will that system, in other words, depending on your stock of these radios, will that cover you 10, 15 years? Is that the projection?
Potentially. If there is a bunch of them get wet or things like that where they can't be repaired, we don't know. There's also the potential to reach out to a vendor and have them design a radio just for the park district, essentially rebuild them, but we don't have what that potential cost would be per unit.
Hey, I used to do that when Radio Shack was open. But I guess I share a layman's concern that we're depending on those radios which aren't being made anymore for a fairly lengthy period of time for this new expensive equipment to fill our needs. I hope that works.
This is just the portable radios. The mobile radios that are in all the cars will continue to work. And those are continuing to be made, so we can replace those as well.
Any other director have a question?
Director Corbett.
Yes. Please help me understand some parts of this. Obviously, the decision to go with low band is an important one because it works well with our geography and topography and all that. Do we also, with those additional portable radios that we have a stock of that will hopefully last us a number of years, do we also assume that there will be vendors that can continue to repair them? I mean, since this is just a smaller universe, I guess, of people who are using these types of pieces of equipment, do we think there'll still be vendors out there around that, is that sort of a fungible skill that if you know how to fix a portable radio, you may be in the business of doing some other sort of work, so you're not going out of business because your last
So we have two
contract is with
vendors.
East Bay Park District?
So we have two vendors that we've made purchases from for this type of system and this type of radio in the past, and both of them are continuing to be in business. They just transfer and sell different types of radios. So whether it's a P25, 800 megahertz radio, or whether it's a low band piece of equipment like this, the companies are still in existence. And
Okay,
the
good to know.
technology is still there to be repaired.
Because there's other types of pieces of equipment
Yep.
that they're in the business of repairing.
Yep.
Okay, so that makes sense. So we don't have any concern about obsolescence with the in-vehicle radios. These are just needed when people leave their vehicle and they're out somewhere in the field. Yeah.
Correct.
And do we have any, I've heard this in the past, and I may not be accurate with characterizing this, but we've had, well, let me ask this question first. Is the portable radio, does it work because it's connected to the car radio system? Is it somehow connected with that, or is it sort of operating on its own?
So the current system, the portable system operates independently.
Okay, good.
So it doesn't operate to the car and then the car out. That's the high band repeated, that's what CHP uses, but that has a very shortened distance. It's line of sight. So as soon as you go out of sight of that antenna, it doesn't work at all. It doesn't switch back over to being able to reach to the tower directly.
Okay, gotcha. And then with regard to the eBrick system, which is the interoperability project that's been being worked on for a number of years, right? It's the same thing, right?
Yes, ma'am.
This doesn't impact whatever our relationship to that is. We're part of that system. We'll continue to be part of that system. What we're just zeroing in on is what to do with communications independent out in the field.
Correct.
Right,
Public
mostly.
safety will still continue to operate on the eBricks radio system. This is independent of, for park operations as well as our volunteer trail safety patrol.
Okay. And eBricks operates with the car radios or also connects you to your portables?
Both.
Both.
Both. We have eBricks mobile and eBricks portable radios.
Okay, cool. I also, in hearing your great explanation about how these may go obsolete someday, it causes some concerns, but obviously with the ability to work in the field with low band, I think that's an important consideration, and I very much support this and wonder why you didn't come to us earlier. Because I think we all want to make sure we support communication systems and make sure everybody's out there safe and, you know, communicating with each other. So, thank you. I think I understand.
Director Lane.
So are we the only agency in the country with this challenge?
No. What I learned was doing my research that a lot of agencies, especially rural agencies in back east, that this was their primary radio. What they're having to do is come up with another alternative, which is a lot of the high band repeated audio comes in, like the California Highway Patrol. But if you think about it, this is for a public safety and for rural, where they're just transmitting to their vehicle on a car stop. So it's 10, 15 feet. And they don't have the rolling hills and things like that that we do. The other issue for Metropolitan is that they have you can build essentially an 800 megahertz or a 400 megahertz system, but that frequency doesn't operate at its best within the park district's topography and geography.
Well, since we are not alone in this, I really don't understand the reasoning of the businesses in deciding not to produce new ones. Do you have any comment on that? I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to me.
So public safety is the biggest driver of this type of radio system, radio piece of equipment. But the radio system itself for interoperability, which is the biggest thing since 9/11, and the push for the P25 compliant radios is at a different megahertz. So it's at an 800 megahertz so that you can talk to different allied agencies. You can talk to fire, you can talk to police, you can talk to just about anyone. The low band system is not something that can be interoperable because you have to be on the exact same frequency versus a shared frequency. So the developers of this are not looking, they're not going to make the money selling it to Timbuktu, Wichita, 3 officers or deputies that are looking to talk back to they're going to look for New York City, who's going to order 20,000 radios, and who's going to order that? That's on the an eBrix or an 800 megahertz system. So that's where their money is going to be made. So there just isn't a big enough market out there for this type of piece of equipment for a radio producer to continue to make it.
So if we go ahead and improve this, how long before would you estimate, before we will need to address this again in a major way? Are you thinking that there may be, by the time we have, you know, what you're recommending becomes a system that's under stress? Do you think there will be new technology that will resolve what we need in a different way? I would like you to, I'd like you to look at your crystal ball and just make a guess.
One thing that I am always looking at is essentially a 10-year window, 10-year on the outset. So if I can carry this for 10 years, as fast as technology is moving, it was just yesterday that it seemed that 4G was the biggest thing, and now LTE, now 5G is now being established. And I don't know what impact that will have on the park district. Unfortunately, I don't have a crystal ball to make that estimation.
So your expectation for this would be 10 years?
10 to 15 years, yes, ma'am.
Any other director have a comment or question? I have blind faith in you, that the two of you and all the others working with you are doing your best to keep our public safety with the best possible ability to communicate. And well, you know, when you have a police department and a fire department that are out there 24/7, you better have faith in them. And the decision affects not me directly, but it certainly affects everyone out in the field, and indirectly affects me. So I thank you for your hard work. I do not expect a crystal ball, but I think a 10-year expectation seems reasonable as fast as things change. So I just support this expenditure, and hope that it can accomplish what you ask it to do. And as far as I can tell, it's within limits. Okay, and I like the fact that you think there's some small entrepreneurs out there who can help you out as you go along, because I do think that's possible in this field. Do I have someone who'd like to? Director Corbett,
And a second.
seconded by Director Rosario. Further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Go out, low bands, and make it work. Communicate, by all means. Okay. Board and staff reports. We have actions taken by other jurisdictions.
Yes, Director Wiskamp. The overpass at the University Avenue in Berkeley will be replaced by Caltrans, and they have sent out notices. It would include a replacement of the overpass with 2 roundabouts, and our planning department has been very much engaged with Caltrans through the public meetings, as well as providing responses pertaining to the potential impacts that this construction will have on access and density of use for the San Francisco Bay Trail. The overpass is located and will have an impact to the McLaughlin East Shore Park, as well as the other amenities that we have adjacent to the Berkeley Marina. I know that our Chief of Planning, Brian Halt, has been following this project for the last 2 years, and he's available to to answer any questions that the board may have on this item.
Okay. Anything? All right.
Okay, well, I'm just wondering, so the Department of Transportation is asking for our comments? Because I think it's an excellent opportunity if they are. It's an elevated view of our gorgeous, beautiful park. And if there's any interpretive paneling we could put on there as they're crossing that, and I don't think, having seen the initial crossing, they'll throw in, there's lots of art and all stuff. So an interpretive panel overlooking the Brickyard, I think would be incredible. And maybe some signs directing people to come to our park, or inviting people to come to our park.
Thank you, Director Rossby. Brian Holt, Chief of Planning GIS. This is the sort of public process. We have a separate group within our design department that is meeting with Caltrans regularly on this project in particular. There's also a similar project going on over at Gilman Street that we've been meeting with Caltrans on. I think it's a great suggestion and a good comment that if there's any opportunities for interpretive signage or anything like that on there, I think point well taken, and I'll pass that along over to our design department.
Thank you.
Good idea. Director Lane?
So is this overcrossing vertical clearance project, the bridge?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
basically raising the existing pedestrian bridge over there.
It's going to raise it
Yes. My understanding is the existing.
and get rid of the art? Is
This one.
Is this the one that?
This is not the one with the art. This would be lower down, I believe.
Okay.
But I do believe, I saw an article just recently that they're planning on removing the art.
I saw that, a little controversial, but
We've tried to focus on the direct impacts to the park and that sort of thing, and stay out of questions on the Berkeley art.
Avoiding
Okay.
that item discussion would probably be smart
So
on our
this,
part.
this comes under 880 and does, this project?
Right. It goes over 880, would land near the Seabright or Seabright Cafe there, and I'm not totally up to speed on all the design particulars, but if there's any specific questions, we can certainly follow up.
Okay.
All right, so this is a new overcrossing?
New.
It's replacing the existing one. It's new.
Okay.
Okay, interesting.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Anything further on this item? Okay, then let's go to General Manager's comments, and there's a staff presentation.
Yes, thank you, President Wieskamp. Deputy General Manager Dr. Ana Alvarez sitting in for General Manager Bob Doyle. Today we have a presentation by our AGM of Public Safety, also our police chief, Anthony Shaburo, who will be briefly touching upon the precision policing and partnerships for your information and entertainment.
Well, good afternoon once again. Well, I'll hopefully, Madam President and Board of Directors and esteemed colleagues, I will be easier to understand. I'm not as complex as the radio issues. So I'm here today to talk about precision policing and partnerships, and really it's the way that we tackle the policing of this beautiful land that we own, that we own, or this entity that we have. And it's really through trying to be as efficient as we can, but also it's teamwork. It is just very important, not only with other law enforcement agencies, but especially internally. Safety, service, and stewardship, and those are our values. Safety is number one, and we covered that in my introduction regarding communications. We believe very strongly in that safety of our personnel and safety of our park patrons is absolutely a priority, and we do everything we can to ensure that our people are properly equipped to carry out that mission. Number two is service, and that's the positive patron experience. And we really want people to go home at the end of the day and decide to come back. We're looking for the return customer. And whatever we can do on the public safety side to enhance that or make that better, we are certainly committed to that. Last is stewardship. And that is something that we talk about at Public Safety. We understand that not all of our law enforcement efforts involve stewardship, but certainly preservations of these great lands for today, tomorrow, the 22nd century and beyond is a priority for us. And we undertake that via direct action, whether that's perhaps that could be our dog off leash violation, that could be some type of fishing violation, but at the same time, our support of other park employees who are carrying out stewardship activities fulfill that requirement or fulfill that goal for us. I wanted to touch a little bit on how we foster that in public safety and how we foster that not only with our new employees, but how we ensure that we have a unified command staff and a command staff that is working together and that is focused and that is promulgating these same values. And what we started doing at Public Safety is we have post-probationary interviews or orals. And really what that is when the employee is off probation, we send them a list of questions that we're going to ask them. There are no secrets, and we have them come meet with the entire command staff. And it gives us an opportunity to talk about safety, service, and stewardship. It's not pass-fail. I think at times it is more important for the command staff, or the command staff gets more out of these interviews than the employee does. But when we look back at our overall goals and working together and how we are policing the district, this is a key part of that. And we learn much about our new officers. It's rare that we get that much time to sit there and talk with them, and we find out why they came here, what are their interests, and it really also serves to guide us and focus us as we continue to recruit and retain the best people possible. Let's talk about some of the challenges. We all know that we have vast terrain and we have finite resources. And that's why we are trying to be as precise as possible. We want to be in the right place at the right time. If I'm using a baseball analogy, we may only get one pitch to hit, and that's it. So we need to do the best we can, be as judicious as we can, and use as much knowledge as we have to police the district. Let's talk about information. And when we're talking about precision, we're talking about actionable intelligence. We're talking about information that we can use to put our people in the right places at the right time. And that comes from a variety of places. It comes from the board of directors. We get information from you. I think, Mr. Rosario, you may be the last one with whom I had communication regarding behind the Trudeau Center, some trails in there and some conflict, and we did send some officers out there. It could have something to do with, for example, I have migratory bird patterns, and that has to do with the meetings that Captain Breed and his staff have with stewardship. So we can understand that if we're going to deploy resources to Crown Beach, it's probably best that we are there when we're having a migratory bird action or landing or what the birds do at Crown Beach. So again, we're being as judicious as we can. Another example of that would be working with stewardship regarding the planting of fish. We have many, many lakes in the district. It's better that if we're going to do fishing enforcement, let's send an officer out there the day or two after we've planted fish instead of going there a week or two, which, believe me, I've made that mistake with my sons, and you don't catch anything if you're there a week or two after the truck has come. But again, we take all that information, and some of that information too involves serious offenders. We would do the same thing with that as well, whether that's a burglary pattern or a known suspect. We had someone recently in Hayward, Garin, a robbery suspect for whom we are searching. It's the same thing. We use that intelligence. And we take all that information and we put that into our, and I want to get it right, our computed aided dispatch system. And we load that information in there so when the officers are moving throughout the day in their patrol patterns, in a sense they have a priority list, and they can go off that list, and that tells them what the hot spots are, where they should be going. And again, we take all that feedback and put it in our system. We take all that information. We also provide feedback to staff. We think it's very important that operations staff and stewardship, that they understand that we have been there, that in a sense, it's almost like a work order. They've given us some information, and then we can in turn give them that information back. And we really think that just accelerates things and gets things going, so they have confidence in us, and they know that when they give us something to do, or they give us or they ask us to do something, we certainly execute on that. Another source of information I had recently is I was at our wonderful event at Bridgyard on Saturday, and I was talking to a ranger from Quarry Lakes, and she was talking to me about somebody hitting golf balls into the water out there. So again, that's sometimes you just get information by being. You may have a potential violator right there, I'm not sure, but that's just something to think about. This highlights some of our partnerships and things that we're doing. Don Castro, a beautiful photo of Don Castro. We've been there recently. We actually had someone there at night fishing for carp who had too many fishing poles. I'm not sure if he was doing us a favor at night, taking carp out of the lake, but nonetheless, you can't fish with 4 poles. We've done some good work with the federal government, U.S. Wildlife. They sent us a commendation recently for some help. We were able to identify a poaching suspect utilizing the cameras that Operations provides us. Again, we have that partnership with Operations. We have the annual Dog Walker Summit. You can see in the middle the arson. Again, we're talking about it at times dangerous people there. That was Black Diamond. And we had an on-call firefighter right there. And again, it all goes to communication and getting people in the right places. He was able to get out of his truck and put the majority of that fire out. And then our officers were able to arrive and arrest the arsonist. To the right, Del Val, Swallow Bay, that's a project that we've been working on. We've had some trouble out there. Again, we got a sign out there. We're trying to time our enforcement and get our Marine unit out there and doing enforcement. The top, that's just alert staff helped us out we open a new park and people start dumping things. And that was some good enforcement that one of our field training officers and a recruit undertook. And they actually went back, they did some follow-up, they went to the person's house, and it's pretty tough to say you didn't do it when the couch that you've dumped in the park matches the love seat that you're about to put in your truck for your second run out to Del Val, to Concord Hills. Education is part of enforcement. We do have a large education campaign that is part of our 459 or auto vehicle study that our operations staff is undertaking. Signage is wonderful. It's very important. It not only guides us and directs us, but it also helps us with enforcement. So if we're trying to educate someone or conduct enforcement, we can certainly talk to them and ask them, well, where did you start? What sign did you see or not see? So again, very, very important that we have that signage out there, and we do rely on that. Unfortunately, there are times where we will put signs out. We'll have multiple electronic signs. We may have an A-frame sign, just like the one I saw when I was coming to work today at Lake Chabot at the crosswalk, and we'll still get somebody leaving something in their car. So we try our best. We don't give up, but the education is very important. Social media, this is a big part of being precise. Those are all the social media methods that we use, from Nextdoor to, we've got Nixle, Facebook, of course we have the Twitter, the bird there, then we have Instagram. And it seems as if Instagram is really one of the most popular methods right now that people are using to communicate. You can see some of our success stories, our efforts to do that from left to right. We have one of the found puppies that was stolen from Richmond. We were able to recover one of those. We feel very strongly due to social media. We've got some urgent warnings there about water safety, and we also combine forces not only with operations but with public affairs. And I didn't mention that at the Dog Walker Summit. I had a photo of that. Dave Mason was there, operations was there. Just really important. The one on the right, that was a very high profile case that we used social media and the media, which helped us identify the suspect. And again, that also shows just some of the hazards that we all face in the park, and not only as police employees, but operations staff when something like that could take place. Social media team. So our officers have an incredible amount of authority when we think about it, and they have an incredible amount of discretion, and it's a heavy burden upon them in terms of the judgment that they must exercise. So the thought is, well, then why not let them post? So these are just some examples of pictures. The one on the left, that was a Castro Valley tree lighting ceremony. That was a mixture. That was a true public safety effort with lifeguards and police, and I think we may have had fire out there as well. The center photo is a National Night Out recruiting event at a BART station, and we're holding those things up. And from what I find out from our social media team, a lot of times you have to move that stuff around. That's just the way it goes out on Instagram. So if people want to see movement or your hands going together or something, that's just, the still photos are really not the optimum way to do that. And I'm sure that one may move if we had it in the Instagram mode. I love that one, the third one from the left. I've talked about this before. That's one of our officers posted that. She said, I love working for the East Bay Regional Park District. It's a very different type of environment, and we have tons of opportunity and freedom. Not to mention the people I get to work with are super fun. So I think I can't buy that type of advertising. I can't pay for that. That's just wonderful. And that's Ashley London, one of our canine handlers, and she's also one of our members of the social media team. So they have the ability to post on their own, and we think it's very important that we grant them that autonomy, and they've done an excellent job at that. And of course, we have our helicopter on the right. That's appears to be one of our missions at Point Pinole when we were doing the prescribed burn. And a big thank you to the Board of Directors. So this concludes my presentation. That is not an alligator. That is a German Shepherd. And that, yes, that is Officer Ashley London. But again, we couldn't do this without you. We couldn't do it with your support. My command staff and I certainly appreciate the support that you give us as we move together, unified, to work with other divisions and policing the Park District. And again, thanks to you and also to my staff for all the wonderful work they're doing. And that is, yes, that is social media.
Okay, thank you so much, Chief. Comments or questions? Director Rosario.
Yeah, I just want to thank all the officers for their service and how they've really taken the community seriously and their engagement. My question is regarding the report incidents directly cards. When you get those, how do we track those? Are they given a number?
Are you talking about Park Watch?
Yeah, well, I think they're still called report incidents directly on the website. Is that?
If you're talking about Park Watch, we do get those, and then we will enter them into the system.
Okay.
Is that what you mean, Park Watch? Is that?
I'm not sure. Did we change our technology or our verbiage? Or?
And Captain Breed has enhanced that so that it is all electronic. It's no longer paper form. But we could. Okay.
Regarding cameras, I always wondered, having been a supervisor and had to buy these cameras, why the parks had to come up with the money to buy the cameras when it's really serving a public safety function. I could see helping public safety maintain the cameras as far as servicing, putting in batteries, and placing them. But when it comes to actually purchasing the cameras, why is that coming out of the park budget and not, or maybe it?
I don't have an answer for that. It would come out of one or the other.
It's all being subsidized by General Fund Director Rosario, and in terms of where it's actually appropriated, it may be a conversation that happened many years ago between AGMs, or perhaps, and it could be, there's a couple of things that can go either way. But I would it looks like Captain Breed may have an answer.
Police
more than
Department. Welcome, volunteer.
Welcome. Good afternoon, Captain Reed, Captain of Operations. I know my colleague Jim O'Connor would be very happy to hear that. But what I can tell you is that we brought this before the board years ago, right after that high-profile murder case, the Runzel case. And what the idea was, it serves a function and helps out the entire district, not just public safety. So it's worked really well. The program's worked really well, and operations continues to develop the program with solar. So getting rid of the carbon footprint with batteries and whatnot, solar systems out there. So it's worked great, and especially for our follow-up and for the safety of our park patrons. It's paid dividends.
I just know that, I just noticed that 4 cameras got stolen out of Anthony Chabot, and I was going to say, who's going to pay for that? But I think Risk Department still pays for some of that, right?
Apparently we will.
Well, it's all coming out of the same budget, but it's just that the parks have to budget for that sometimes, so, okay. Thank you.
Thanks, as always, and I'm glad to know you have 4th horse.
Yes.
You haven't lost it, have you?
No, we have not. Romeo is in training.
Congratulating you, and then the horse disappears.
Romeo is in training. We have one of our new collateral mounted officers here behind me, Aaron Hurley. So
He looks happy, so that must mean she and the horse are getting along well.
yes, and we were just talking to AGM Carol Johnson, and we will have an appropriate debut for Romeo when he is ready to go.
I love the name.
Right.
Now, I can only tell you, every time I've been at an event where the horses were there, I was so impressed with the way they helped the relationship with the public. It's just, and I was impressed when I watched a helicopter was, I think, at Shadow Cliffs, and they were training the horse to be used to all these different things that happen, and they have to be around. So it's not an easy thing you do to find a horse that will accept all of that. So congratulations on all fronts for me. I think we have a great police department, and I thank you all.
Thank you.
Presentation,
You're welcome.
which was quite entertaining, of course. Super fun. I like that. Sometimes we lack a lot of super fun. Do we have any announcements from the closed session?
There are no announcements from the closed session.
Thank you. Board.
Yes, Madam President, we do have one public comment. Chris Newey.
Thank you. Chris Newey, President of ASME, Local 2428. President Wieskamp, Board of Directors. I'd first like to extend my thanks to Director Dotson for your dedication to Ward 1, the district, and its employees. Thank you. The second issue I wanted to discuss today is earlier this year, around a little after mid-year, the fire department hired a second fuels crew with salary savings it had in the 2019 budget. These employees were hired as regular permanent employees, yet they received a letter in the mail that said unless there was additional funding in 2020 that they would be laid off by the end of the year. The East Bay Regional Park District, as the general manager has mentioned at several meetings, has a long history of doing all it can do to avoid layoffs of permanent staff. So this was really concerning to me, and my union, AFSCME Local 2428, who represents these employees. These employees are doing work that's much needed in the district. You know, as the public meetings happen on a regular basis, we continue to have members of the public come and advocate for the fuels reduction work to be completed and make the community safe. So, you know, the work's there, it needs to be done. So what I'm asking for is, you know, the departments to put in a 2020 budget request to extend those positions so they can be full-time regular employees as they were hired as. And for you as the board of directors to advocate for that funding. I would really hate to see the district break that long history of not, you know, of avoiding layoffs and have to lay off this crew that's really needed. Thank you.
If I may, we typically don't answer, but I would like to put people at ease. As we're planning our 2020 budget, our fire chief, Eileen Tiley, has asked and placed a request for those 3 positions to be added as part of the base budget for the fire department. And it will be coming forward to you as a recommendation. But also it will be important to make a distinction pertaining to what we did here to provide flexibility in 2019 to the fire department. It was a limited term position. But with the budget action, if approved by the board, it will be part of a permanent regular employee status. And that's something that you can take action when you adopt your budget in December
Okay.
later
We will
this
see
year.
that action. Okay, good. Okay, you certainly may comment, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Under the general manager report, under interpretive services and recreation department, I noted that at Ardenwood on July 26th and August 10th and 23rd, staff launched a new group, Fremont Art in the Park, for visitors. I was wondering if somebody could update me on that. It sounds exciting, and I bet we could do that at Lake Chabot.
Good afternoon, Jim O'Connor, Assistant General Manager. Director Waspi, I don't have the details on that. I believe it's part of our initiative this year to expand art offerings in parks, and I will get you an email giving you some details on that.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
It might be appropriate, since we have an intern working on it, to get a little report that comes before the board, and that could be an example, perhaps.
Sure.
Does that sound reasonable? Sure.
Absolutely.
So far, we all agree, so that's good. Thank you. Okay, there are no public comments at this time. You gentlemen are happy still? Good. We like happy constituents. Board comments. We are going to start with Whitney. Okay? Does Whitney have?
It's been a joyful time being involved in environmental projects all of my life. As you know, I live right in front of, right next to Point Pinole,
Right.
the railroad. It's just some beautiful landscape that I've taken advantage of. My family has taken advantage of, and it's like it's like excuse me.
You know, sometimes it's hard to express yourself, but you know, I'm going to say you're a savior for that area. You and your family and your devotion to parks there. You've opened it not just for your family, but you've opened it for the whole area.
Yeah.
And that's been what you've been all about. And I think that's tremendous.
Yeah, one of the things that I've been turned on to is looking at the landscape that goes right to the ocean. You know, you can't see it directly, but it's a landscape that has to be, kids have to be able to play and run. And the Park District gives us that opportunity to do that. I mean, in a way that most people can't. And so I just want to say that the project that I'm working on now is more, I'd say I'd love to spend the next 5 years processing photographs that I've made in my photography, and would like to re-enter all of my physical activity issues. Also, well, you know, I'll be around for.
You're not disappearing today. No, 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 no. You may think about it, and we'll look forward to those photos.
Yeah.
We will. Photos help tell the story. Thank you, Whitney. Director Rosario.
Okay. Thank you. Whitney, it's been a pleasure. I'm going to miss you. But we have 2 more months. We're good. Let's see. On 9/18, I attended the Health and Safety Fair, which is, I thought, was probably, they keep getting better and better. I think that, I don't know what the attendance was, but it seemed like there was a lot more people there, more attendance, which is great. And it was it started off rainy. And then on 2 consecutive Saturdays, the 21st and 20th, I was able to attend my high school reunions at 2 different high schools. 50th reunion? Yeah, it was really fun. I highly suggest it when you get there. Go. Yeah, it's well worth it. And then on the 20th, I attended the CNA rally at Alameda Hospital. That was the same day as the protest in San Francisco for the environment. But I felt the local environment, as far as the Alameda Hospital was concerned, was just as important. Support the workers there. And then on 9/25, I attended the Finance Committee meeting. And then on 9/26, I met with the executive director for Friends of Sausal Creek, and we talked about some possible collaborations, which I hope to bring forward. And then on 9/26, I was very happy to attend the Contra Costa Hiking Club. They had a memorial for the bench at Sibley to honor Harold French. You know, the French Trail in Redwood Park is pretty famous, and I worked on that trail for 25 years. So it was really nice to see his grandson? I think Dick French was there as well. and we did a little 2-mile hike around Sibley with that group. So very nice to see. And that's a big hiking club. There's about 60 people showed up. And then, and also they had a lot of nice things to say about Supervisor Jim Rutledge and his crew. Very supportive. And then also on 9/26, had a busy day. I attended St. Mary's College and spoke before the business and economic class. And they are having a contest. They get to plan, they're going to be basically planning for a park for Painted Rock. And I spent like 15 minutes there, took their whole class time just answering questions and giving them background at the Park District and how we plan for parks and trails. And very enthusiastic group. And they have some major constraints that Painted Rock. There's no parking, no street parking, and then the shopping center closest there will not allow people to park there. So they have their challenges ahead. But they're very enthusiastic. They had a lot of questions about the Park District. So that was actually very fun. And then on the 27th, I bought an electric vehicle. Woo! I have a Nissan Leaf.
So what did you buy?
I'm plugged in. We're gonna have to slug it out with the charging stations.
We're working on that.
Okay, thank you.
We have 10 more up there.
Yeah.
What did you get?
I got a Nissan Leaf, and it's red.
All right.
The police can see him easily.
Get a couple of
Yeah.
lights. Get some lights and siren.
Watch that leaf when it comes by.
And on the 28th, I attended the Fan Fest, which was just amazing. The whole day, people were just giving us congratulations, holding that event, and glad to see that the beginnings of that park opening, and it was just a great event. Wonderful, well attended, and well loved. And then on the 29th, my other hat, I held had 11 high school kids, and we did some trail maintenance on the Bridgeview Trail in Diamond Park. And I had 3 kids come from San Mateo, and another one from Walnut Creek. So it's pretty amazing. And then, yeah, that's it. Thank you.
North Richmond Shoreline Festival next Saturday.
That's right. It's on the calendar.
See everybody, talk a little longer.
North Ridge
Okay.
Music Festival.
So
Want to
noted.
be there.
All right. Thank you. Dennis?
Thank you. On September 18th, I attended the Safety Fair, and I agree with Director Rosario. It was a great event, well done, and Paul Ferrario deserves a lot of credit. He does so much work, and the staff, it's great to have, it's a wonderful concept to have managers cooking. I think there's some kind of interaction, food and service and things like that. I think it's a great idea. On September 19th, I met with Carol Victor to discuss our ad hoc committee on, or it's not an ad hoc committee, but we're talking about GM evaluations and future planning. On September 21st, I attended a bunch of stuff. I had the great opportunity and to lead a multicultural wellness walk at Lake Chabot. I thank Mona for allowing me to do that. It was a lot of fun, and there were, I'd say 100 people. Mona would probably get about 70 or 75, but it was a great deal. And then followed right after by the UN Day of Peace. So that's a national or international celebration, and Lake Chabot has become the focal point for celebrations around. This is our second annual, and hopefully we'll have a third annual, and hopefully we'll have world peace and we won't have to have these things anymore, but in the future I think we'll continue to have them at Lake Chabot. That evening I went to the David Brower dinner that Sierra Club hosted, which honored John Sutter. John and Ellie were there, and he received the what award was it? The Lifetime Achievement? Trailblazer Award. He could have won every award that was given out that night, but one more and well deserving. That next Sunday, or the next day, on Sunday, the 22nd, I attended the Niles Canyon Roll and Stroll. Great event, tremendous event. So many people attended that event, and it's such a great opportunity to walk through Niles Canyon, talk to a lot of people. We did have informational booths there. We had a police presence there. It was great because we could kind of interpret what we're doing and what we plan on doing in that canyon. And I think we get a lot of supporters that will become acolytes. Once you walk through that canyon, you definitely want to do it again. On September 25th through the 28th, I attended the California Special Districts Association Conference in Anaheim, where among many classes we took, and I was focusing in, I took a class on succession planning, GM evaluations, and also a real interesting one to me for a number of reasons, pensions under attack, talking about the PEPRA and the results of PEPRA. Very, very interesting. But the best event of all was having our general manager receive the General Manager of the Year award. And it was a great event, and I think Robert really enjoyed it. In fact, I know Robert enjoys it because he was saying, what's the theme of this? He came in early that day, like he always does, shows up and said, we're having breakfast. He said, what's the theme of this place so I can deal it in? And then he's, tell me about this group and blah, blah, blah. But he got up there and winged it and had the best speech of everybody there. So it was great to be part of that. I came home on the 28th and was able to go to FamFest. That, I hope we do that every year. I hope we do that in many places because it was a great event. Incredibly well attended, and if you haven't been out on the pier, whew, boy, that's going to be great. That is going to be one of the great points of viewing the San Francisco Bay, I think, in the whole area. As a follow-up to some of the folks that come here all the time, I can never figure out what's right, what's wrong. I was wondering, and Chief, I would ask you this question, do we have any, I know we do, is there a chance I can get some statistics on how many people get violations in the Stanford Avenue parking lot for being over a line? I mean, I hear people come and say it's the biggest crisis in the world. I'm a little skeptical of that, but I'm sure there are some statistics and facts that can
Yes, sir.
tell me one way or the other.
Anthony Chaburo, Chief of Police. It's actually, I believe it's less than 2 per month, going back about 24 months. I can verify that for you, but I did have those numbers.
There you go.
pulled.
Get the numbers.
Yes.
Well, that tells me all I need to know, but if other people want that, I'm happy to hear that. Thank you.
Yes.
It would be nice to have that in a letter or something.
A memo.
When we get told that.
Yeah, that it's this wild crisis. In fact, it's 2 a month.
Right, and that's, we're talking in the parking lot, correct? It's
Sure,
different
yeah,
outside.
I understand
Quite
there's
different.
stuff going on out in the community, which we promised to do, and I understand that. Okay,
Somewhere around 2.
great,
Somewhere
thank you very
around two is
much.
good.
I'll look into it.
Thank you.
And, well, yeah, that's it for me. Although, Whitney, you're right, you are a joyful man.
We know that. Director Lane?
Thank you. In the period since the last board meeting, I went to the Health and Safety Fair. Again, it was wonderful, and we have it in September every year, and it's beautiful every year. But it's especially nice to see everybody there. You've got the horses, the helicopter comes in, people you don't see all the time. I think there's a really good feeling about that, and good opportunity for people to learn about their health and safety, too. I've been on a couple of Burrell walkthroughs since last meeting. Operations Committee, Ecology Committee. I went to the Park Advisory Committee last week and had a chance to hear about the 2 land use plans that are going and the discussion about the Aurelia Reinhardt naming, which was interesting, and I was interested in going really for those 3 items. Not a lot of of attendees. I've never seen so few, so they must, and I know of a couple who were on vacation, but maybe September is the vacation time for the PAC. All right, it was relatively small. Oh, and I want to, at operations, we talked about these buttons, and I want to thank Ira and the interpretive folks for giving us this flashy thing, which
Weight your neck down.
is very cool, and they're all, I don't know if Hillary did the design on each of these, did she? Because they're wonderful, you know, and they use them in presentations as well. I went to Casey Brierly's retirement, a lot of discussion about weird grass. I will say, you know, all those, the scientific types were there saying, well, what about this, what about that? And enjoyed being there for a little bit. I did go to the Sierra Club Brower dinner as well, where they honored Judge Sutter and Helen Burke, who I've known for a long time, and I thought very well deserved. And I was glad I went. It was beautiful weather in San Francisco. Then the Niles Canyon Roll and Stroll. Again, a beautiful day, and I wanted to thank Lieutenant Dave for picking Ann and me up, and then I had a great ride on a cart with Robert Spencer, and heard all about Niles Canyon and him and his country dad. And it was very interesting, and but you know, I did notice that somehow Caltrans managed to pave Niles Canyon in a timely way. And I guess it was coincidental with the roll and stroll. Beautiful fresh paint, wonderful pavement. I mean, it looked unbelievably spiffy.
Pristine.
So I thank the Caltrans people who were there at their table, and they said, well, thank you, you know. But I think if you're going to let people look closely at your pavement, it was timely that they should do it prior to the roll and stroll. I went to the San Ramon Valley Democratic Club and talked about the regional park, and our assemblywoman was there, mine, Rebecca Bauer-Call, and I had a chance to thank her for the funds for the McCosker Creek restoration, and in front of a whole bunch of Democrats, and she made a point about environmental issues being particularly important to her, and so that was an interesting event in itself. I took the advantage of speaking early so I could go to the Fam Fest, so I at least went to the last hour of the public Fam Fest, and then had that chance to go out and see the viewing platform / fishing pier. And it's a stunner. I mean, those views are unbelievable. Then I did go to Anaheim for the Special District Conference for at least part of it, and Colin had indicated that it's important that within thousands of special districts throughout the state to have our GM recognized, and he suggested that board members should go, and so I heard and obeyed Colin. And so Colin and Dennis and I were there with Christina and Eric and some others. Maybe that was the group. We were going to do a wave, but we just stood up and applauded. The one speaker whose comments struck me talked about the fact that increasingly millenniums are talking about going local as opposed to the spending all of their time on devices. And so I think that was a very encouraging thing. They had statistics to support it, et cetera. And I was like, well, we're local, you know, they can come and they can come out and have a new look at what life is like looking up, especially at nature. So, and then finally, Bay Nature magazine came out and had two wonderful articles. One on some of the names in the Park District, and the other on our wellness tours. So I thought we did pretty well by that magazine in this fall edition. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Director Corbett.
Thank you. I'm going to speak about a few events that happened before the last meeting because I didn't have an opportunity to report them on the last meeting, but I think you will all be interested. San Leandro Creek Alliance had a meeting on September 4th, and what I'd like to report to you is our staff has started to engage with some of the other staff members of other jurisdictions that are involved with the work that's being done down in that area. So we're starting to have some cross conversations, and hopefully we'll have some sort of specific something coming forward. Okay. And specific is good, and okay. Dee knows what I'm talking about, and so does Dennis.
You promise.
So yes, so things are getting a little more specific, which is great, and understanding between the jurisdictions about, you know, what people's they have to offer and not have to offer and all those sorts of things. So that's really important. I also wanted to mention on the 12th that I attended the Alameda Point Ferry Terminal groundbreaking, which was a really lovely event. And just to imagine what it's going to be like to catch the ferry there to head straight over to San Francisco, and then also San Franciscans to come over to Alameda Point and use the amazing amenities, including our Ventura Park and the Pay Trail. It was really a great day, and a nice eye opener about the importance of bay transportation, water transportation, and all that, and to remember elected officials long ago, Mayor Apposado, who this was always part of his dream. So it was kind of nice to think about that. On the 14th, I also attended the groundbreaking, the ribbon cutting of the Hayward Area Recreation District Community Garden. It's finally opened, and people are reserving plots, and I think we'll start to seeing things sprouting any day now. But that's going to be a great community amenity. On the 18th, I also attended the Health and Safety Fair, and it always is a great opportunity in an informal way to get a chance to talk to some of our fellow hardworking staffers here who do so much, and just to kind of catch up on what they're working on, and I so appreciate that opportunity. On the 19th, I also attended the ad hoc committee on GM evaluation that Director Waspy has already spoken about. Also attended the operations committee meeting on that day, the 19th. On the 22nd, I also attended the Roll and Stroll, and that truly is a hallmark, it's just a great event. I wish it happened every year. But I wanted to also just stop for a moment and speak about our trail staff were there in that booth all day long, many hours, and answering lots of questions for the public. And I think I just want to thank them for being there and letting people know what our plans are for the future. On the 25th, I attended, it was either the 29th or 39th annual nursing home barbecue at Crab Cove. And I don't know if any of you have ever been to that event, but just such a lovely event about, I don't know, maybe 10, 12, 15 different senior homes in Alameda. Our foundation provides the funding for the transportation to bring people out to be outside by the bay, by the beach, and have a really nice opportunity in the barbecue. It's really great thing. On the 28th, I also attended the Fam Fest, and was only able to stay there for a little while because I headed off to the Unity Dinner of the Alameda County Democratic Party, shook everybody's hand, you know, did all that stuff that you do at the political events. And, of course, had an opportunity to touch in with some of our great legislators that are doing great work for us in Sacramento, including Senator Skinner and Assemblymember Bauer Kahn, and was able to compliment her on her amazing footwork, which we really haven't talked about yet. As a newer member of the legislature, she took advantage of the gut and amend, the much feared gut and amend, to last minute save the legislation to move forward efforts to, to have Tesla Park be more of an open space. And that was a major lift by a new member of the legislature to put that all together and make that happen. So thank you to her for doing that. I told her we all appreciate her work. And then one other thing I just want to mention. The Deputy GM and I are going to be meeting with some of the city officials in San Leandro soon to just talk about shoreline issues. There's been some articles in the local paper with regard to something that's called Long Beach in San Leandro, along the San Leandro shoreline, and the city's efforts to deal with sea level rise, basically. So we're going to talk with them and, share our expertise and see how we can help them, because as you know, anything that happens along the shoreline somewhere impacts what happens along the shoreline somewhere else, and of course we're very interested and concerned about that. So that's all I have. Thank you. Oh, and Whitney, I know you're still with us for 2 more months, but I too want to just say we so appreciate you, and so happy I've had a chance to get to learn from you and get to know you, and even more in the next 2 months. And like I already told you, you're not going anywhere. We're still going to be including you in everything. So thank you.
Director Coffey?
Yeah, well, I just assuming we're going to have plenty of opportunities to talk about Director Dotson, whether he likes it or not, and I'm looking forward to that. The CSDA, as Director Lane pointed out, it's around 5,000 special districts in the state of California. Only in California would you have local government at that level so prevalent. And I was very proud to join my colleagues in attending the award ceremony for our general manager, recognized among those 5,000 special district leaders as the best of the year. And I did get a chance to peruse the nominations that came in from a variety of sources to the Special District Association, and there was lots of competition for that award, and very viable competition. So again, it was a very proud moment to be there and to listen to the talk our general manager gave so well. So I attended the conference too. That was my first attendance at that conference. As Director Waspy pointed out, the presentations were very good, very educational, and helpful. I'm glad I got the chance and the excuse to attend. On the 19th, Chief Chaburo and I attended the Contra Costa County Fish and Wildlife Forum. It's an annual event that features Danny Pellegrini's famous barbecue, and therefore attracts a lot of people. And Chief and I enjoyed the event and the speaker from State Wildlife. The 21st was Coastal Cleanup Day, and I tried to pick out a good event in Ward 7. This year I went to Homecoming Park in Brentwood, along the Marsh Creek Trail in Marsh Creek, of course, and joined Supervisor Burgess in a cleanup effort along Marsh Creek out in Brentwood. I also that evening attended the Broward Dinner, which has been mentioned. Last on my list, I also attended the Fan Fest, got to spend the day with the public and employees doing some tabling, and the remark repeatedly heard was, "This was awesome," and this park district knows how to throw itself a birthday party, which I agreed with. And just to add to what has already been said, I know I share with my colleagues the very heartfelt thanks to the staff that put that together, particularly Mary Mattingly and Carol Brenda, who both of whom all that event, hadn't already been well planned, but during the event, it went smoothly. There were no complaints, no problems. It was just an incredible feat for Mary and Brenda to carry out, I thought. So our commendation to them. And again, I'm looking forward to the opportunities to talk about Director Dotson and his great career here.
I had attended the ad hoc evaluation committee operations. The Niles Canyon Stroll and Roll is just one of the most beautiful events. I've never seen so many people smiling and just having a good time. We had a great police presence there, from highway patrol up and down. Richard Vallier was smiling so much, and supervisors don't always get a chance to smile, but he was so happy, and I congratulated him because it's not often supervisors can do something to make so many constituents happy in one place. So I did congratulate Caltrans too. I said they don't get thanked for very many things, but I thought paving and then having it open to the public is one of the best PR things they can do. I went to the finance meeting. I met with Carol Victor to discuss the starting the process for a board appointment. I was not able to attend FanFest, but I've looked at pictures and people seem to be having a great time. And Mary Mattingly is one of the best organizers, bar none, and all the staff that worked with her, so congratulations on that. The alumni gathering is coming up on the 6th, the foundation gala on the 10th. And I would like to start the process for naming a trail for Judy Bank. I think we all of us who've been here for a while know what Judy Bank was. Trails for horses. She attended meetings. She was enthusiastic. The only request, I had a letter requesting this. Somehow it's slipped our minds, but they said the trail should be one that does not allow bikes, because Judy was pretty adamant on that. So this will have to be a very special, narrow trail. And if you're a biker, you better stay away from it. And the last thing we would like to do, and I am going to ask, Dee brought it to our attention. One of our employees, Omar Gutierrez, died August 25th in a very tragic auto accident. And we would certainly like to close the meeting in his honor. Dee?
Yes, just give me a moment.
Oh.
Well, Madam President, if I may, while Director Rosario looks for the information, I just want to let you know that we will certainly share with Mary Mattingly and Brenda Montano the commendations and the good thoughts from the board pertaining to recognizing their work. We will certainly convene that to them, and also to acknowledge that this was a huge effort by many, many people, and a kudos to the operations division, who played a very critical role in all of that, as well as public affairs.
It's just amazing.
Yes.
Just
yes.
amazing. New event in an unusual place.
And hopefully we'll get it kicked off so that it can become a destination place soon.
Okay, Dee?
When I was at the safety fair, I had an opportunity to talk with one of the rangers who worked with Omar Gutierrez, and the entire crew there, and everybody is in mourning, and he sounds like he was an incredible person. And I just wanted to read what his supervisor, Britt Thorson, sent me. Our dear co-worker Omar Gutierrez died in an auto accident on August 25th at 3:50 a.m. He was driving on Highway 160 near the Delta when he hit a disabled flatbed truck on the shoulder. He was only 26. He started with the district 10 years ago as a student laborer at Contra Loma. He loved fishing, and his parents would bring him there often. The rangers there had told him, "Hey, kid, you're here so much, why don't you get a job?" When he was old enough, he did apply and eventually was promoted to gate attendant. He worked as a temporary park ranger 2 in 2016 at Wildcat Canyon for 2 months. And then he was hired by Britt Thorsness at Point Pinole in April as a park ranger 2. And most recently, he was assigned to be the acting park craft specialist at Point Pinole. Omar had a very bright future here with so much potential, and we are so very, very sad that this happened. His parents, Anna and Efren, live in Bay Point and are devastated by his loss. And so I just wanted to acknowledge the loss of one with so much potential. He brought so much to the Park District. He was well loved by everyone he met. And I just wanted to recognize his contribution to the Park District and to life, too.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question? Was there a, whoa. Yeah, I met Omar about 3 or 4 months ago. He was out working on the new bridge in Pinole Shores. And we chatted for a while. And I'm glad I had that opportunity. Is there a memorial fund? Or I remember reading in a note somewhere. And if so, we should try to publicize it.
I believe, if I understand correctly, there was a request by the family to donate to the Parks Foundation.
Yes.
For the fish program.
Fishing
the
derby.
fishing derby.
Like he was a fisherman, looking at that fish. I don't know what kind of fish it is. So someone can get us that information and send that to us, right?
Yeah.
Yes, we can get that for you, and I believe AGM O'Connor may have additional information.
You're getting exercise to come up. Come on. I'm sure you appreciate it at this stage. Thank you.
First, I want to thank Director Rosario for making those comments. The staff at Point Pinole were really impacted by this. Omar was a really incredible part of their team, and I had only met Omar a couple of times, much like yourselves. But this story is really interesting because he's one of those kids we talk about where we interact with them through recreational programming. We draw them into the district as, a volunteer or seasonal staff, and then they join us for a career pathway. So he's what we talk about all the time, about diversifying our workforce and connecting us to the community. So I think that's the saddest part about it. But he did have a great impact, and he's a great story. He lived a great short life, but it was a great life. He did some good things, and I think that's the best you can say in a situation like this. I will find out the information about the fund for all of you and get that out. I'll make sure it goes through Yolanda and gets out to all of you. So thanks again.
Okay, then I will adjourn the meeting in the honor of Omar Gutierrez. Okay. Let's make this next meeting
Okay,
short.
Colin, let's see some photos from the summit. She's down now, right? I hope.
I want the meeting fast. In there? Great. So if everybody will get their, Dennis and Beverly and I, get our,
Nothing new. I assume she's, all right.
she made it to the top, which was fantastic. Somebody did a good job in my presentation.
No,
I'll take